Okay, we should now be live, and I'd like to welcome back once again Carl Benjamin, aka Don Carlos of Swindon. So, welcome
Hello.
back.
Glad to be back. Thank you for having me.
Highly recommended, demanded practically, as I was saying right before we went live. I had around 100 people messaging me, emailing me, adding me on the social media platforms I haven't been banned from, demanding that I have you, Carl, back on to do a follow up because
Well,
it's
I'm very glad that people enjoyed it.
yeah, it seems like for whatever reason our last conversation was like profound to people. In some way
Well,
that has, I
good.
mean, we've been doing streams for quite a few years now at this point,
Yeah.
but for whatever reason, a lot of people enjoyed that last one, so I thought I'd
Well,
have
you
you
know why it
back.
is, don't you? You know what it is. The enjoyment comes from having people honestly point out how fucking badly things are going.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's honestly part of it. But the thing is that you do that on your own show. But I think
I'm not
that
quite as spicy on
yeah,
my
oh,
own
that's
show.
what I think it is. I
Because
think that
you got to be a good boy, man. You got to be a fucking
yeah,
good boy.
I understand. And the thing is that I've had a couple of people say like, "Oh, I wish he was like this on his show," but it's like, well, I honestly think you are. But the thing is that like the cussing and that sort of thing that you restrain
Yeah.
yourself in doing, it's because you have employees under you. You know,
Yeah,
you
exactly.
got to
People rely on me.
because you got like a bunch of freaking leftoids working at Google and YouTube looking to fucking
Yeah.
eliminate you from the platform.
Yeah.
Just that is they're checking on you day to day to see if
Oh,
they
yeah.
can find a
They,
reason to eliminate you.
they'd be thrilled given the opportunity. You know it, so it's like,
Yeah.
right, okay.
And
That's
that
fine.
isn't
That's
just the
fine.
leftoid activists. You know,
No.
those are people in the building.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
know, it's guaranteed that that's the case.
And that's fine. That's fine. You know, you work within the gulag that you find yourself in.
Yeah.
You know, the prison guards are
Yeah.
there to do you damage, and you just get along as best you can,
Yeah, it's like
fermenting
living
your
in
pot.
Australia.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
operate within the
yeah,
system that exists.
yeah.
Uh,
Exactly.
so I had a bunch of people message me that I forgot to ask about this, so I guess we'll lead with this, which is I talked about this on a stream on my own, and I thought it would be a very interesting question to ask you. And it's a very, I guess, controversial topic,
Yeah.
just innately. But what do you think would be the consequence? And you could take a second to think about this.
Mhm.
What do you think the consequence would be if Trump was assassinated by a leftist? And I mean, like,
Now he's
now.
not. Now he's not the president. It would be less consequential than when he was the president. I don't know, and I don't. I mean, the MAGA movement would bang for that person's blood, right?
Mm,
So that person, I mean, depending on where they did it, assume it was in like Florida or Texas, or I assume these places got the death penalty, then I imagine people would be definitely agitated for the death penalty. Um, the reaction from the left would be
adulation.
joy, yeah, absolute, yeah, unvarnished glee that this had
Yeah.
happened, which would be awful. It would probably accelerate the further decline into the new civil war that's happening.
Yeah, that's what I basically said when I asked the question. Someone either posed the question or I thought about it myself in the stream that it
Yeah.
was mentioned. And I basically came to the conclusion that you would see a lot of boomers in particular, and I mean actual
Mm.
boomers and maybe Gen Xers, like legit radicalize. It would radicalize
Yeah.
potentially millions of people.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. I think it would. Especially what not so much the act itself, but the response to it. They'd be like, right, okay, these people are just enemies. They actually do want us dead. They cheer when our champion dies. Okay, got it. You know, and there are lots of boomers who already think that.
Yeah. Yeah, I can tell
They're,
you,
they're,
I think I already mentioned it to you, might have been in the last stream, that, like, even speaking to, like, my boomer and Gen X coworkers who are just, like, just straight up right wing,
yeah.
they are in some ways radicalized, like black
Mm,
pills. You know, it's
mm.
pretty crazy to listen to some of the things that they'll just publicly and admittedly say.
And the gun sales are the revealed preference of that. Like the gun sales have been shooting through the roof, haven't they?
Yeah, but I mean that's been true for a very long time, even before Trump was around. Um,
No, but I recall seeing a thing where in recent years gun sales have like doubled or something. Like it's a really significant increase to the number of
I
sales.
I would I would very much appreciate research into the who and why as it relates to that, because the issue is that one of my coworkers, and I don't really, because the thing is, one of my coworkers who I like is very much a gun enthusiast. He's a family man. He's got responsibilities. He's a good person and all that, but he's a gun nut and he likes to go out shooting. So does his wife. Yada yada. He has his reasons, and he's a hunter. So he has multiple reasons for that collection. One of my other coworkers who I kind of dislike has like 50 guns, and he's just kind of a loser. And I would say that someone like him, I saw somebody recently, it might have been Scott Greer or somebody who's like part of like the quasi alt-right or the nationalist right, the quasi-white identitarians that, and I agree with him in this sentiment, is that some percentage of men who go out and buy a lot of guns are doing it as a measure of compensation for insecurity around their masculinity. I wholly agree with that. It's the same kind of thing with dudes that go out and buy like Ford or Chevy, like, $70,000 trucks and then modify the shit out of it, but otherwise they're like some 5'8" weakling. It's like, like you're not some like gym rat who actually is confident in their masculinity, who's like gotten into a dozen or so fights over the course of their lifetime. You're just some cubicle drone who is insecure about that feature. Yeah. And
I mean, it could be the case, but it seems that 5 months ago, The Guardian, I sent you the article, published an article saying that the gun sales spiked during the pandemic.
Yeah.
With a fifth of them being first-time buyers. So, like, it seems that, a significant number of new people are buying guns.
Yes, and I would say that the fear of basically, magic Americans roaming around and doing what they do in terms of BLM riots and that, that is probably the feature of, and as well as people, it doesn't have to be that, but I think it's that if let's say there's real supply chain issues and then there's like looting and that sort of thing, I think that's the thing that people are afraid of, and as a direct consequence of COVID, people are buying guns for that reason. But in terms of like the last 15 years or whatever it would be, where gun sales have just steadily increased, that I wonder if it is something that is more than just, well, it's the BLM riots, well, it's COVID, well, it's supply chain issues, well, it's this, or it's the inner city and people are afraid of crime. Like, I think it might be all of those things, but I wonder if it's something more than that. Maybe I have to don the beanie and say it's civil war. I don't know, and I would very much welcome research as to why.
I would not be surprised if a large number of the sort of, MAGA-style Republicans literally are preparing for civil war. Like that would not surprise me at all. In fact, it would be more surprising to me if they weren't. Like, a huge. I mean, most like none of the MAGA movement think that Joe Biden's a legitimate president.
Yeah,
they seem pretty much convinced that the Democrats actually want them dead, which is not an unfair assessment, because for the Democrats saying "I wish you'd die" kind of implicates them in that and gives people a good reason to think so, right? And so it's just one of those things where I'm just looking at this going, right, okay, this isn't a country anymore. This is two factions in a Cold War, right?
Yeah.
And the Democrats have been deeply politicizing all of your institutions. It started under Obama and it's continued now to this day. The most recent one being, of course, Project Veritas. So it's like, right, okay. So, like, no one's under any fucking illusions, are they? Like, this isn't what was the thing the other day where the court said, "Oh, Biden, you can't do this," and Biden's like, "I'm going to do it anyway. Fuck you."
I think that was the COVID rules.
Yeah, and it's just like, look, that's not fucking on, because all of a democracy, in any way, a republic, whatever it is you want to call it, it operates on good faith. It operates on the assumption that the people who live together want to live together, and the Democrats are just like, "No, we hate you." And the thing is, the MAGA boomers were never like vicious and spiteful. They thought the Democrats were evil, stupid, but not evil. But now
Yeah.
they've come around to the thought, oh, now they're fucking evil. Look at them, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, well, yeah. I mean, they do seem to be plotting a death.
Well, that is a good. That's a good. I thought about this earlier, based on what you said on your own show regarding. Is it Belarus that has like a fortified election allegedly?
Apparently so. Yeah.
Well, the stupid reaction to that is to say, well, how can the left in the United States criticize the Belarusian government for rigging an election or fortifying an election? How can they criticize it? I think that's like the stupid, like right wing,
pretty low IQ take,
brainlet sort of take. Here's the fucking real deal. Here's the real challenge I got for you, and I'm not gonna say, but I'm gonna pose it to you. Go. If the left sees it as morally justified to rig, excuse me, I got to stop myself from using the word.
Yeah, no. They're
fortify
just
elections because they see their opposition as evil. Do we both agree that the left wing is evil?
Well, I mean, I agree the left is evil.
Then
but,
what is the,
I thought that before they were fortifying elections.
What is the moral in what is inhibiting us morally from fortifying elections in our own right? Why is it wrong to do that?
Well, that's precisely the point. Are you willing to play a rigged game? And the thing is, it's not just that I think they see it as a sort of moral good either. I think the Democrats have become aware that their position is actually so phenomenally fucking unpopular that it's become a necessity for them to do it.
Yeah.
Because I think that a lot of the places that are considered Democrat strongholds have essentially been rigged for a while.
Yeah.
And if a fair election were to take place, I think they'd be surprised just how fucking BTFO'd they get by the Republicans at this point.
I think that you're completely right about that in every regard, because I think I've heard a lot of rumblings. I have some fans in New Jersey, and they all are convinced that that election got fortified.
Yeah.
And I can't speak to that, whether that's true or, because I didn't pay attention to it at all. But it's like, well, am I going to say like, no?
Well, I saw a couple of videos of people like in the voting booths where, you know, the Democrat activist in the voting booth is like, well, yeah, just fill out one and, you know, you can do another one if you want and stuff like that. You know, so it's just looking generally fucking shady. And it's just like, look, when it's got the stench of shadiness around it, that means you're not like having a good faith election. You know, that means it's a war and you are just hoping not to get caught by the other side.
Yeah.
Because the rules of war accept that is a defeat, right?
Well, would they even like? Let's say we caught them stone cold in fortification. Would they? Yeah. Would it even be anything more than like? Well, we need to figure out a way to like, you know, roll out of this to keep the win. Like, would it really be? Oh man, we're so ashamed. Oh, we're so ashamed. This is wrong.
Yeah,
no.
Great question. I don't think they would, and I think they'd be. And you see this with them, where they like Jen Psaki with the inflation thing. This won't cost any money. There won't be an inflation. And like Ducey's just like, well, why do you say that? It's like, because there won't be. It's like, but you're not the fucking prophet, are you? You know, you can't see the future. You've got to give us an argument as to why that won't be the case. And she's like, no, it just won't be. It's like, okay.
And the actual inflation,
dictator's, you know, statement from on high.
Yes,
that's what it is, right? Okay, got it.
But my point is that even with the like, in coinciding with what I'm saying, is that the inflation that undeniably does exist, like coming from the state itself saying there is inflation, here's what it is as it is. Even that, they just don't care. They don't care, and that is transparent to everyone.
Yeah, and Biden's ratings at the moment are way worse than Trump's ever were. Trump had a fucking constant, non-stop, wall-to-wall media propaganda operation against him, and Biden's ratings are worse. They don't care, and it's because they don't give a fuck about public opinion. Well, why wouldn't you give a fuck about public opinion in a democracy? Well, if you fortified it, that's why. And if you plan on fortifying the next one, that's why.
Yeah, I agree.
There's literally only one fucking reason, and it's so transparent. It's so on the table now. And it's like, okay, well, okay,
you know, I got to tell you that one of the things that is going to be written in the history books, if the history books aren't burned or whatever, like whatever horrible future we might be heading into, but let's say we somehow steer out of this or something, it's like, all I gotta say is that this is basically where we are in the neoliberal paradigm. Like,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is where we are. These are these people. And I just, I pray for a day where I'm 80 years old and, like, this is just in the dustbin of history. Like, the bad times are finally over, like, by chance that's fine, that it's over then.
Somehow it
Yeah,
ends, yeah.
but it's like, I just can't believe that we have reached this point, and very few people are actually grasping it. Even among the right-wing people are grasping it in these terms that, like, we are within an immoral, dying paradigm. And the idea that any of the people that are on the right wing claiming to be opposition can in any way be pussyfooting with the ideology of these people. It's like, no, if this ideology had any legitimacy to it, if it was practical or workable in any terms, you wouldn't have to fortify fucking elections.
Yeah.
It would not be necessary. People would welcome your ideology. They would welcome your policy. And instead, you're having to fortify elections just to cling to power for just as long as you can.
Did you see MSNBC publishing the article the other day, why inflation is a good thing?
Yeah, there's also the one governor of Michigan or whoever the fuck she is. She went on TV and laughed about inflation and made jokes about it. She's one of two parts of the administration that went out publicly and mocked the idea of inflation. And it's like,
they just don't care.
Yeah,
they don't care about you.
The thing is that one of the things I can't stand about, I was gonna say, like, sort of like the bread tuber types, like the Marxists or whatever, but they're just controlled opposition.
No.
But the thing I can't stand about environmentalism is that, like, all you people and all your like opining about the plebeians and how you want to help the people, it's like. You people don't give a fuck at all about the poor. Like, anything related to energy costs dramatically hurt the working poor. Dramatically hurt them.
Hasn't your fuel cost, like, doubled?
Yes, it is skyrocketed.
I cannot even imagine how difficult that is making the lives of people earning, like, 30 grand a year.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
I went from filling up for, like, $20-something from, like, stone cold empty to filling up $25 to $40-something.
Fucking hell.
In a matter of, like, a year and a half.
That's mad. That's just mad.
And the thing is, can I eat the cost? Yeah, because I don't have a family. I don't have dependents. It's like, it's just so unbelievable to me. And it's why I say that, like, you know, it's one of the things I can't stand. It's just like, it's like the only side in the world that gives a fuck about, you know, forget the poor, but, like, the working poor, the working class. The only one who cares at all are the nationalists. They're the only faction that care at all. Everybody else
bring them up.
Yeah, everyone else is just of the upper middle class, the educated, the elite. Like, I just can't stand it. It's like, I hate, especially, I mean, like, the left in this country is in many ways, like, just getting over any pretense of caring. But your country especially, we're the party of the people, we're the party of the working class. It's like, in what way?
If it helps, the Labour Party do not say that anymore.
Do they? Have they finally given that up?
Oh yeah, they haven't said that for quite a few years, actually, and it's become deeply apparent that they are not the party of the working class. They don't have working class concerns. They're very obviously the party of the educated middle class.
Yeah, the technocratic, frickin' NPCs.
Yeah, I mean they're led currently by Sir Keir Starmer, so you know not a working class party, and no one thinks they are.
Yeah,
and so they don't even try. They don't even make a pretense of it, which is probably smart because everyone would fucking laugh.
The Democrats did that for the longest time, especially around black people and the every minority but Asians, pretty much. Because I mean, the Asians are like obviously, if you know the metrics, and you know they're richer than whites by a huge margin.
Yeah,
and
same as the Indians.
And so it's like. Poor Asians, it's like, goddamn, what rock did you find these people under in this country?
If you can locate some.
Yeah, did they just get off the boat? You know, they're still the first generation? Because that's the only way they're still poor.
And I just want to be clear, I fucking salute them for not being poor. You know, I
Well,
salute the work ethic. I think it's fantastic.
I salute some, and others are just guests that are extracting wealth. So,
Sure, but
and if the wealth dried up, they leave in a fucking heartbeat. And
Sure, but,
and they vote blue like living livestock. So
yeah, but they won't forever because
you say that, but man,
it's going to become untenable. It's going to become untenable.
Right now, black people are trending more in Republicans' favor than Asians. It's pathetic.
Yeah, they are. But yes, but the Asians are kind of late to it, aren't they?
I don't know. I think with Asians that they, in particular, have like a warped like a lot of people make fun of black people and like the gibber attitude, but it's like I think Asians have like a sort of like, I don't want to say like a natural subservience, but a cultural subservience to the state.
Do you know one thing I've noticed about left-wing Asians is that they're very, very eager to gain victim bucks, even though
it doesn't work.
Successful. Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, sorry, I'm not giving you sympathy for racism or anything like that. Since A, you've been in the United States for like 10 years, and B, you earn like $100,000. Shut your fucking mouth.
Left-wing Asians come into frame and they say, "Hey, listen, I want some attention too," and then some fucking black person punches them in the face and they go away.
Disavow.
No, dude, I'm serious. Like,
I know.
Asians and black people do not have a good relationship in the United States in many of the urban areas. And I gotta say, just from the Nietzschean perspective, I gotta tip of the hat to the black people because they
no. Disavow yourself.
Oh, come on!
No, we're disavowing that. Moving on. We'll leave that hanging in the air. We'll never touch it and disavow it completely. Come on. We certainly can't encourage that. Have you seen?
I'm not encouraging it. I'm a bystander. I'm a witness. All right.
Yeah, but we do not avow random attacks on Asians by blacks.
Well, obviously not. But it's like the people doing it don't care. The people doing it don't care.
That's true.
And it's because now I experienced this on my own. First person on the job. There are so many black people in this country that feel empowered and don't give a fuck anymore, and they will say anything, they will do anything, because they know there's not going to be any fucking consequences to their actions. And I've experienced this firsthand at my job. It is nuts what some of these people are doing. It's like, at my job, this person got this one, I got a few anecdotes, but I'll keep them light. This one black person came through and accused my direct supervisor in public, just goes, "You're a white supremacist." And everyone just goes, "Oh no, what do we do? Everyone starts panicking because it's like,
why?
And thankfully this person didn't panic, and I have to give him a lot of credit for that they basically like stood them down and were like, "No, ma'am, I'm not. We have a process here. Let's get through the process."
It's a real shame because there's a real opportunity for a memery there, isn't it? It's just like put on a Southern Belle accent and be like, "Oh, I'm so flattered you noticed,"
Well, the thing is that like they did it in the way that was most tactful. But still, they held their own, so they get a tip of the hat for that. Yeah. That they held their own, they didn't fold, and I expected them to. So they did what they should have in a tactful manner. But the thing that I love is that, like, if anyone ever came to me with, especially of the accusation of being a racist, it's like, well, aren't you a racist? Are you telling me you're not a racist?
You telling me you
don't believe in race consciousness? You don't believe in that? And it's like, no, I do believe in race consciousness. It's like, oh, well,
shut the fuck up.
So you're team black, and I'm team white, so we're both racist by your measure. So what's your argument against me? Oh, you're just using this as a tactic to get one over, aren't you? No. It's just you're team black and I'm team white. How about that?
That is exactly what they're doing.
Because now they're capitalizing white. And it's like, okay, fine. If that's the way it's going to fucking be.
Yeah, but that's a really fucking stupid move on their part.
Right? I know,
because literally when they started first capitalizing the B in black, I'm on Gab. I saw all the white nationalists going, perfect. This is what we want.
Yes.
Now we start capitalizing the white and the W in the white. And I was just like, yeah, for me, white is not a nationality. It's not
No,
a proper noun.
obviously.
So yeah, exactly. But for them, it is. And that for them was the greatest fucking just coup d'etat they could have asked for. And you're right. I've seen them capitalizing the W in white as well. It's like, what the fuck are you playing at?
Yeah, I know.
You know, like fucking hell.
Well, I
it's
would
a capital
say that
A for American, isn't it?
I think that it actually does help us. You know, our faction, our team.
Yeah.
Like, it is going to help, like, the white nationalists and the white identitarians, to be sure. But it also helps
only
us
for about 5 minutes,
because it exposes their side like our like Team Red, you know, the center right and the right have to get over the idea of, and I would say that includes you too in some regard, of the sacred cow of MLK and this antiquated notion of color blindness in that sense, because it's like,
you sound like a critical race theorist.
No, it's a sacred cow that deserves to die because, like, MLK, if he was alive today, would be Team Black Lives Matter. He would be with them.
Doubtless.
And so he was a fucking charlatan. And the fact of the matter is that we have to give up on this. And every time I hear some right-winger go on about MLK and his vision, it's like, listen, it was always a fucking fantasy. It was a fantasy. It's never going to fucking happen. And the only way that this is ever going to work is going to be integration of blacks in our society, in this society. So blacks have to become, by everyone's stupid Byzantine logic and framing, white.
Well, they have to become American.
Well, but I'm saying from their perspective, they have to become quote-unquote white.
Yes, and this is what the critical race, but that's the critical race theory framing, and that's what they've been railing against this whole time. That's why they hate integration. But the thing is, one of the things you've got to remember is there are a significant number of middle-class black people, and they are integrated. They are Americans.
And they're white. By their framing, they're white. And my point is that if we're going to get down to this, if we're going to capitalize white, so be it. So be it. I'm saying that
I can't endorse that, man. I don't want. I will never accept a capital W white label. Never. It's just. I mean, and especially in Europe, it means fucking less than nothing.
I know that. I know
and
that.
So in America, you know, I can see where you're coming from, and it would be an aggressive play, but I think it's got bad optics.
Maybe it does have bad optics, but I think the point is, at least from my perspective,
I know what you're getting at.
Is that it's basically the Christian and Anglo underpinnings of what makes America America.
Yeah. You're basically you're saying, you're trying to hold out your arms and say, blacks, just come over here and be whites with us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that is a nice thing to say, but I wouldn't frame it as white. I'd say Americans. I think it's got a lot more moral power there as well, right? Because
it's true, but then you have to define what it means to be an American.
Oh, that's easy. Fucking hell, man.
I don't know. I think day by day
the Smithsonian did it for you. Like they were like, right, so you follow the common law, you work hard, you're a Christian, you do this, you know, just literally just reel off that Smithsonian list. But don't call it white, call it American.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, is that you can call it American, and it is ultimately in a manner that's basically a truism. It is what it is to be an American. Like, that is what being an American is. But I would say, well, there's actually a little bit of debate that can be in there as it relates to, like, because
be more specific then. Say English.
Well, yeah. Then yes, it could be.
If you use the term white, it sounds racially exclusive, and I don't think that it is racially exclusive, and I don't think that's what you mean.
No,
so
I don't think it is what I mean.
No, I don't think it is either. And so if you frame it in that term, though, I think you hand a victory to those people who will easily say, see, they're anti-black, they hate black people. And you go, no, this isn't about skin color, but be white.
Well, no, because
it rings wrong, right?
I mean, if you're an NPC listening to this, then maybe, but capital B is not black people. It is a faction.
Yeah.
They will say that themselves.
But it's very difficult. Like, I had a chat with, you know David Jaffe, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's got a YouTube channel. I had a chat with him on it the other day, and he had real difficulty understanding that trans people weren't LGBT.
He didn't
He had real
understand that being
difficulty.
trans is not a sexuality.
He didn't understand that being trans isn't a political position.
Really?
Not really. He had real difficulty understanding this, I put it down to the fact he's a Californian.
Jesus.
Yeah, but he couldn't understand that. What I was saying about trans people is not the LGBT movement, and so he thought like any criticism of the LGBT movement is, in specifically in regard to gays, but also to trans, was you don't want these people to exist, and it's like
Fucking Jesus.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous position. The thing is, David Jaffe's not stupid, and I actually quite like him as a person. I've been watching his channel for ages. Yeah, I subscribed to him when he had like 6,000 subscribers. I actually quite like the guy, but he's got a very misinformed take on.
I was gonna say, he sounds like he's fucking indoctrinated.
He is, but I don't think he will always be indoctrinated because he is quite clever.
The simple response to him would be like, do you honestly think that every single trans person is inherently, it'd have to be from his perspective, an identitarian in that regard?
Yes, he would say the entire society is politicized against them, or in favor of them, one way or another. And this is the thing about using the capital B black. People like him, who are reasonably smart, will not be able to differentiate the capital B black movement from black people. And so I think you've got to use something that's essentially aracial, as in it doesn't speak to a specific race. And as much as the critical race theorists might want to say, well, American just means white, it doesn't just mean white. And I, as a foreigner, am telling them that. Like when you leave America, holy shit, you fucking Americans are all the fucking same, and you're all insufferable. All right.
Well,
I'm telling you, you're all the fucking same. The differences you might have at home that seem like massive gulfs become tiny, tiny millimeter wide cracks when you arrive in France. Okay, when you arrive in England, like we can totally tell you all come from the same country.
Yeah, maybe so. I just think that when it comes
to
maybe
about it, it's belligerent.
Yeah, okay.
It's like it glows like a fucking torch.
It glows like a CIA agent.
Yes,
or any
it
other
does.
Fed.
Yeah.
Well, all I can say in terms of what he says, it's I don't know. It's just such a absolutist or like supremacist perspective. Because
a thin perspective.
Well, no, I mean it could be shallow, but it's like it seems like a supremacist perspective because you're basically saying that from like it's our side and their side, like the other side says no, it doesn't exist, or no, these people don't exist, and it's like, well, you're then taking like a supremacist perspective to say that gender must not exist, like it has to be that, and it's like so you're saying that like. From a opposition perspective, for people that think that gender should exist, that the gender like binary should exist, like you're just saying that those people are like inherently immoral in their perspective, and there's nothing that could be true about that perspective. It would have to be that. It would have to be that from his perspective. It'd have to be that.
Yeah. And he does come out with some takes that are like dunce left wing takes.
I guess,
but he's not. His son has told him he's trans, right? And so this is why he's sort of committed to it. It's not something he spends a lot of time thinking about until he's in the political arena. It seems.
I'm like, let's move on because I was about to say something really fucking mean. So let's move on.
Okay, and like I said, I don't think he's stupid or anything like that. I just think he's trapped in a particular
indoctrinated culture.
Yeah, indoctrinated is a fair description.
I'll just standard wave of the hand. All right, let me. I'll find one of these articles that I had. Oh yeah, this is a quick one. From the Epoch Times. Is that we're still catching, even under the limp-wristed Biden administration, we're still catching Chinese spies all the time. Still happening. Really? Yeah.
Well, shock.
Still catching tons and tons of Chinese spies.
Yeah.
And I guess we could just sort of quickly...
But before we move on, don't you have super chats to do?
I don't know. There's only a few, and they're not really anything in particular that I see. Not to say
guys, come on, send some fucking super chats. Louis Le Vau makes all this effort to get me on. Yeah, come on again.
You got to tell people to like the video. Like the video right now. Say that.
Send him some money.
All right. Yeah, I'm probably gonna need it soon. Good to see the Don back together with the pastor, says Josh. Guest says, I think the better question would be what would happen if Trump gets offed and the FBI turns their selective incompetence and never finds the guy. Another question.
Oh, that's a great question.
Well, that's a guarantee. There's no question that would be the case.
Yeah. I was just assuming the guy was caught and handed himself in. But yeah, if it's down to Biden's FBI to find the guy, fuck me. No.
I'm seeing more and more normie Republicans just be like, yeah, get rid of the FBI. It's like, yeah, sure. If you guys are with it, I'm not standing opposed to it. Fuck the FBI. They're worthless.
Yeah. If it's done to a political advocacy,
I know people now because of my job. I know people that are with the FBI, and it's like the problem is that like none of you guys are ever going to stand up to your brass. You're powerless to do anything, and the only people that are ever going to make it up to the upper rung are going to be fucking worthless yes men, guys that are like, but I got kids, and literal political hatchetmen. That's it.
Yeah.
So fuck it. Yeah. There's no way to redeem it. So why bother with it? Just cut it. You know. And I thought about this. What we should do is we should reestablish the whatever it was, the Committee on Un-American Activities.
Oh,
and also basically divert funding to that from the FBI to that, because I think it would have a better effect.
Yeah, and then just set it to going through academia and just rooting all.
Well, more than that. More than that.
Well, that'd be just as a starting point.
That's phase one.
So someone makes a good point in the chat. Cyberpunk 1977 makes a good point. No one that killed Trump could resist the credit. Yeah. That is a good point.
Yeah. Guest says, is America entering its own version of the Troubles like Ireland? I can't comment on that.
I wouldn't say it's gonna. Well,
I don't know. The IRA were fucking crazy, dude. Like they did it. I remember reading about some of this stuff they did, and I was like, Jesus Christ, this is insane,
dude. But Antifa are literally shooting people in the street.
I don't know. I mean, I would say that
was it Daniel Aronson in Portland just got executed by an Antifa guy, and Kyle Rittenhouse, they were trying to kill him.
Yeah.
The only reason they couldn't is because he's a fucking badass.
I would say that they are similar in regard to tactics and that sort of thing. Not even necessarily like aim. It's like, what is even their goals? You know, what are they even trying to fucking accomplish? All they want to do is hurt the right. Like, that's it. Yeah.
Can I just reply to DLV here? It was like, I was shocked at the amount of anti-Sargon NPCs in David Jaffe's comments. Well, yeah, I was too, actually. One of the things that a lot of them say, oh, Sargon's lying. But none of them ever told me what I was lying about.
What?
Yeah, exactly. Because I was literally like, this is critical race theory. This is where it's come from. It's come from the universities. And intersectionality is a product of critical race theory. Here's the evidence. And I provided him with a bunch of articles and essays and stuff that you could read. And this is why you have these political movements. And the point is to overthrow the American Republic because they view it as a white supremacist project.
I swear to God.
And they were like, oh, he's lying. It's like, no, that's completely true.
They're the knowing liars. That's the fucking fact.
I think so.
And
all
I can say about is when it comes to these leftoids is you better pray to fucking Christ Almighty that I never get any kind of power in this country. I swear to fucking God.
Louis Le Vau 2024, come on.
No, I swear to God. I thought about this the other day because somebody messaged me.
Are you old enough?
No. A few more years, then maybe.
Right, okay. When you're old enough.
But all I can say, well, I'm old enough to run for Congress, but not
I won the
president. Yeah. All I can say is that like I thought about it, and all I can say is that I meaningfully say this, that you joke about that, but eventually even you would be against me. That's all I'm gonna say.
I don't know. It depends how balls to the wall you were going.
No,
because there'd come a point where I'd just be like,
Well, the fact of the matter would be is that you would have to basically establish multiple government agencies that would basically, like, we could turn the page or swing the pendulum back.
This is a great one. Louis 2024, heads will roll.
Well, you can call me. I'm not. You can't call me You can't give me the label yet because I am not a father. But I don't want to be known as president. I want to be known as the imperial father. That's what I want to be known as.
All I'm saying is, I really want you on the debate stage in the primaries, where the other Republican candidates are playing it safe because they're middle of the road guys, and you can go on like a mega track,
firebrand.
This is what I'm going to do, and you'll see the reaction from the audience. Like,
no,
and they'll feel but it'll be just like Trump. They'll feel the energy in the room gravitating towards your radical positions.
Yeah,
and they'll be like, but, and you'll just be like, what was that, stuttering Joe? Whatever.
I don't know. I can get a little bit too deep because the thing is that I ultimately understand what the major problem is in the United States. Like, one of them. Well, I mean, I'm sidetracking a little bit, but the fact of the matter is that we have to have basically radical reform around legal immigration. We have to have and as a consequence, things will get worse. They will not get better. They will get worse.
Yep. End it.
And
come out and say no more foreigners.
The problem is that too many people on the right, they are neoliberal retards. Like, they believe the GDP is God. And I will turn the libertarians against us.
Fuck the GDP.
The libertarians will turn against us because the GDP will go down.
Oh no, not the libertarians! Oh God, we've lost the libertarians.
You say that, but there's the autistic screechers that are like meaningless in terms of politics. But there is a serious contingent of the right that will see anyone who does that sees the GDP suffer. They will turn against them. Because they can claim whatever, Christendom that they want to, but they worship the fucking GDP. They worship money.
They do.
And I think that some libertarians will come to terms with that fact, and they'll be like, okay, you're right. I will bow my head. This has to be done. But we're going to lose support. And I imagine it. I know it'll happen. You will have the king of kings for neoliberals on the right, Ben Shapiro, turn against you, and he will drag hundreds of thousands of fucking retards with him.
Go and vote Democrat, Ben.
Anyways, it's just kind of but the thing is, legal immigration is because the thing is, dude, you have no idea how many government agencies exist simply because of fucking immigrants.
I know.
Like, the entire apparatus of the fucking DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, exists because of Muslim fucking immigrants!
Dude, we have a much higher percentage of Muslim immigrants than you do. I know all about it.
Yeah.
Like, this country is fucking racked with immigration at this point.
Yeah.
Like,
we have more per number, but you suffer more. Right? You suffer more because of just proximity.
Yeah. I have a debate in 2 weeks with a conservative baroness about fucking immigration. And refugees.
My God. Oh,
no,
dude, the ultimate. Good luck. Good luck.
She's a Muslim baroness.
You are.
This is going to be a fucking shit show.
It is.
I don't know what's going to happen. I mean,
even if she wasn't a Muslim and was just like, she's going to be an identitarian, so get ready for that. And she's going to be like a professional apologist. That's what I would anticipate in that regard.
Absolutely. And the thing is, she's also really, really well educated. She's got like a dozen law degrees or some shit like that, right? And so I'm going to have to take. Who gives
a fuck?
Yeah, well, I'm going to take it straight out of the realm of law. And even then, I don't think the law would be against me, but then I'm not an expert. I'm just going to take it straight into the realm of morality and say, okay, well, at what point were the British people asked if they wanted this? And she's going to stutter and stumble and call me a racist.
I mean, good luck. All I can say is that you buckle up for that, because that sounds like it's going to be difficult. As much as you might laugh.
The moment she calls me a racist, I'm going, right, okay, now that's where I think that you've absconded from the debate. If you can't answer my point without calling me a name, then that's it.
Somebody says it in the chat. I just feel like, hey, man, I'm with Islam on women. Why don't you shut up? Why don't you let the men speak? Bring in a man to argue this position.
No. The point of it is to be a very polite and congenial conversation.
Well, you would definitely know. I mean, you've definitely gone up against some serious fucking idiots in that regard.
So I'm gonna keep it very polite, but I'm just gonna essentially make the case that this is a colonized country, and no one ever asked if they want to be colonized. Yeah,
and I just, that's one of the things that I would ask of, like, anyone who's pro-immigration. Fuck illegal. Who cares about illegal immigration?
Just legal.
Legal immigration. it is. And this is why I think like there's several reasons why immigration has changed, whether it's the United States or the UK. This is so fucking cynical that it is the apparatchiks of the state, the eunuchs, growing the size of the state by bringing these people in. They know it is going to give them more power. And so that is one of the reasons why they're doing it.
Just to address some of the chat, don't go into debates assuming it won't go your way. Keep your wits about. Yes. Well, I don't think it's going to go my way. She's a very experienced politician. She's a baroness. She's been doing this for many years. But I'm going to try and reframe it outside of the tradition. Because in Britain, there's a very familiar conversation about immigration. It goes basically like this. It's, oh, you just want less immigrants because you're a racist. You just want less immigrants because you don't care about the GDP or you don't care about the NHS. All of these things, I'll say, yes, that's correct. And then it gets to, well, immigration's good because of the colonization that England did. And I'm hoping that she gets to that point because then I can say, well, I think revenge is not justice. And hopefully I can get on that. But again, I have no idea how it's going to go.
Good luck.
Yeah, wish me luck, guys.
Yeah, because I think that she's going to be... Because I used to see debates...
She's going to be sly.
I've seen... Yes, that's what I would say be very wary of, is watch out for that. Because I think she's going to be a professional apologist in the way that you would see Christian preachers.
I already know something about her, so I know that she is.
Okay, good. At least I would definitely prepare for that. Not to tell you what to do, but... You know, that I would say that seems like it's going to be tough. But anyways, it's one of the things that I've learned by becoming another eunuch for the state is that so much of the United States government is literally as it is now, is a direct consequence of our immigration policy.
Oh, yeah.
So much of it. And it's like, oh man, how can we cut like $1 trillion from the annual budget? It's like, you fucking cocksuckers, stop bringing in the immigrants!
Dude, do you think it gets better or worse with an NHS?
Oh, I know. I mean, that's pretty much the reason for the name of the video and that, and I talked to you before we went live about that. I mean, I would say that even in, like, obviously with what's going on in the case of the NHS, that's why there's strain, that's why there's a permanent crisis, all of those things. And I think you can validate that entirely, far better than I ever could. But the thing that I talked about before we went live, and it's like I said in the description, you know, changing whatever the name of the song is, like Glory, Glory, Hallelujah, from Glory, Glory, Hallelujah, it's Glory, Glory, God bless the NHS. Like, it's taken on such a very weird and I would say just undeniably religious perspective from the people that just worship the NHS. It is strange, and I guess like it's simply like if you take God out of the picture and you have enough atheists in a country, then something has to fill the hole that Christianity leaves behind. And for some considerable amount of like, you know, bachelor degree holder, dipshit, middle class, and NPCs, you know, the cattle of society, they've gone from worshiping Christ to worshiping the NHS.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like such a completely accurate description.
It's honestly one of the most depressing aspects about humanity that seems more and more true, that, you know, I mean, I don't know how how much it would contradict sort of like a Nietzschean perspective, but that some people are just like, their self-actualization is that of just being an NPC. Like that's their pinnacle. That's their apex. Like they have like a very low ceiling to their potential.
They're not the sort of people who have an internal monologue, right? So they don't question what they're being told. They like to think they are categorically correct at all times. And this is the kind of certainty that only comes with religion. And so anything that they can feel certain about fills that religious impulse. Yeah.
It's just really sad because I've talked to a couple people like this, and it's just sad when you kind of realize that this person is... And I have people like this in my own family, that they're just unthinking, they're thoughtless, they're uncurious, you know, and there's nothing you can really say to kind of spark that curiosity. There's just nothing.
But also they've got this unfounded trust in the powers that be.
Yes. Even when everything would say otherwise, that they should not trust it, they still fucking do.
Yeah.
And when you don't, they treat you in a hostile manner. And it's like, I don't know. It's just so strange and it's so depressing because there's just millions and millions of these fucking people that are like this. And I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, there are.
It's just one of those saddening things.
So do you want to hear what's been happening with the NHS?
Do I?
So the NHS, right? No. You'll love it, right? So for years, the NHS has been understaffed, right? It's been understaffed and overpaid, and they have been bringing. Let me see if I can get the actual number. So the NHS diversity manager salaries are converted roughly into dollars between like $70,000 and $80,000 a year base pay. These can go up to several hundred thousand, right?
If they're the diversity officer, then
yeah, the very top one, right? So I think it's £200,000.
Jesus,
can be the top one. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous, right? And yet the NHS, every year, all we hear is the NHS is underfunded, it is understaffed, it is on the brink of collapse. It's like, right, okay, well, that's not good. Why is that the case? Well, obviously, it's being pissed away. And, of course, you have the massive problem of bureaucratic waste in the NHS. Like, there's no incentive for them to not piss away your money, right? And so they do, at every opportunity. And yet... 2 hours ago, the BBC published an article, vaccines to be compulsory for all frontline NHS staff. Now, this has led... There's something like 100,000 vaccinated workers. Now, the NHS employs like 1 million people, right? Mm-hmm. It's the second largest employer in the entire world, I think it is, beneath the Chinese military. Yeah, no, it's fucking unreal, right? So beneath the Chinese military is the second largest, I believe, army and
the holy NHS.
Yeah, on our little foggy island, it's got this giant cancerous growth that keeps consuming the entire country, right? And so they're like, right, okay, yeah, great, okay. We can't really do vaccine mandates, but what we can do is say if you're working the NHS, you've got to have the jab. Now, why? Why would that be necessary? Because everyone knows that having the jab doesn't stop you spreading COVID. It doesn't stop you getting COVID.
There's people that deny it. There's people that deny that. They say it
but
will.
The official government line in Britain is that, yeah, you can still spread COVID even though you've had the jab, and you can still die from COVID even though you've had the jab, because these things appear to be true, right? I'm not saying anything wrong, YouTube, so don't go crazy. And so, right, so what would be the point in... But the advantage of the jab, and this is probably true, is that it means you're less likely to get severely sick if you get COVID, as in it's a vaccination. It does what it's supposed to do. Okay, great. So why make the hospital staff have the vaccination? Like, what does that do? That doesn't stop them spreading COVID. If it's up to them, if they want the vaccination, obviously.
The answer is obvious.
Risk of it. Yeah, exactly. It's about compliance.
Yes.
But the problem with that is that something like 70,000 staff members, or something like, there's 100,000 unvaccinated workers, and something like 70,000 of them have basically threatened to quit. And that's bad, because the NHS is coming into winter, which is a time when the NHS is always overburdened in the winter, and the government taking an action that's going to mean it's going to be even worse than usual. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder if there isn't an organised plot to wipe out the sort of 80, 70-year-olds. Because this is what it would look like if there was.
Yeah, that's who it would definitely impact more.
The NHS is about to go into a massive crisis mode, so get ready to hear more about that. Because it's fucked. And of course, the Conservative government have recently just raised our taxes to pay for the extra money they've got to pump into the NHS, because it's a fucking sink. Do you know how many people moved to Britain during the COVID pandemic? So while Britain was locked down, guess how many people moved to this country?
Well, I'm an American, so I'll say 1 million.
Well, no, but that's what you get, right?
Yeah, I know.
In your country of 350 million, right? We're a country nominally of about 70 million. We got 700,000.
Jesus, so I was close.
Yes, you were at your ridiculous estimate was close. 700,000 new people moved here. Now, luckily, 400,000 people who lived here already just
Yeah.
fucked off.
Yeah, they
So
got
it's
their
only
wealth.
exactly. They had their mercenary payout, right?
Yeah.
But that's still 300,000 up, and this has been
Yeah.
going on for 20 years. So you can imagine just how fucking diverse this country looks at this point. But the point is, the NHS can't take this, and this is why the Conservative government is raising our taxes. And it's just, and obviously they ran on a platform of, we're not going to raise your taxes. Yeah.
It's just such a politically stupid thing to do because, and it's like the one, whoever it was that cried because they said we're now a socialist party. He's right, because it's like, if you were in any way actually right wing, the NHS being in a crisis gives you the opportunity to say, well, what we're going to do is create a privatized supplementary aspect to help the NHS. And then over the next 20 years, you phase out the NHS.
And have, like, a small tax to pay for the NHS, or you can opt out and go private.
Yeah.
And you're on your own. That's what we should have. Because I don't disagree the NHS should exist. I actually don't think it's a bad idea, in principle, to have, universal healthcare coverage. That sounds nice. But the way that it's being managed and the way that the rest of the country is being managed is, of course, unsustainable and is fucking putting us into
I would say that in my perspective, being that I live in 2020, I don't trust any government apparatchik to say whether or not I get healthcare. And
exactly.
I think that if you support, and I'm not saying you do, but I'm saying that if you support, like, government-based healthcare and you are in any way right-wing, just kill yourself, because you are worse than fucking useless.
Well, there is a conservative argument for such a thing, but the thing is, it's contingent on so many other things.
Yes,
it could never happen. It's
I know what you mean.
It's contingent on a protectionist state that has a duty of care to the poor people in the country.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, exactly, and that's I don't find that to be an unpersuasive argument, right? But the problem is, we are in such a political climate that. No, because every other institution in the country is actively doing what they can to destroy the working class.
Because the thing is, too, is that, especially from a moral perspective, you got to look at it as well, that it's not even like, again, like the low IQ take is, oh, well, Carl Benjamin goes to get health care, and he gets denied by a leftoid, whoever makes the approvals process, whatever, they deny you coverage. And then everyone else is powerless to do anything, and your only recourse is to go to the courts that are all controlled by left-wingers anyway, so you're fucked.
Yeah. Although our courts aren't too bad, actually, in that regard. So
whatever.
We've got an old institution
that
produces
judicial
people.
System. That's all I can say.
But we've got a very old institution that produces people dedicated to the institution, luckily. But I'm not saying that there aren't woke judges. There are woke judges, of course.
I'll take your word for it, but I'll trust the cop's bullet.
There are worse institutions.
I'll trust the cop's bullet over the court system any day of the week. But in any case, the high IQ take, and this is where I would invoke the question of morality, is some leftoid working for the NHS denying your kids coverage because of your politics. That should be the genuine moral consideration.
I think the fact that I have to pay for the NHS, whether I like it or not, means I should be guaranteed treatment.
Obviously, but that's the obvious immoral perspective. The even worse, the even more immoral, the outright evil thing is denying your kids coverage. Which are you going to say? And anyway, I'm not going to say it could never happen. Question, but do you think they wouldn't do that to you?
Yeah, I'm not going to say it could never happen. It would be quite extraordinary if it did, though, I have to say.
I would say that I wouldn't be surprised by it in the least. It wouldn't surprise me in the least that they would do that to you.
It would be a national scandal, even though it's me. They wouldn't. And I'm not really that big a deal. Like, people on the internet think I'm a bigger deal in Britain than I am.
I realize that. I'm not even arguing from that. It's any, but your part. I mean, yes, he would be the one they would definitely do it to first.
Yeah,
but
that'd be the one he did it to.
The thing is that it is simply that the opposition sees all dissent as equal. All dissent is equal, and so we say, well, it would happen to Tommy and not me. It's like, no, they would do it to you because they see you, as a dissenter, and therefore fuck you, and they should harm you in every conceivable way possible. And that is the thing that, I just wish that more people would wrap their minds around and realize where we are. Yeah. That, like, if we are going to do anything involving the state, it has to be very careful. And it has to be factional. It must be that if we do anything with the state, that it must be our people doing it.
Yeah.
Our people staffing it. Our people leading it. Because the fact of the matter is, if we put anyone other than us in there, we can't trust it.
Yeah, that's totally true.
Yeah,
and this is what the leftists were aware of. Like, this is why the organizations are staffed with leftists. Because, I mean, in Britain, there's great, it's well documented that when the Blair government came in, they basically went through like a hatchet man and just took out anyone they thought was not on board with their agenda. Yeah. And so this is why all the civil service, 95% remain, for example. Yeah. That should never happen. That should be an impossibility. And that can only be through deliberate engineering. 95 fucking %. That's absurd, Yes. And yet here we are, So.
Well, it's fortified. That's a fortified statistic.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. That's the sort of statistic that Kim Jong-il gets.
Yes,
Kim Jong-un gets.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's fucking absurd, and yet that's where we are. So,
well, it's something that being in government, maybe it's only true from my location, but it's just so strange because it's like I can't really say what I do, but there's a reason why most of my coworkers are right wing. There's a reason for that. And the thing is, I can't imagine that, like, even, like, say, the FBI or any of, like, these government institutions, it's like there has to be anything that's related to security has to have, way more right-wingers than left-wingers. Mm-hmm. I don't see how it could be that you have all of these leftists. Like, one of the things is that, like, police, overwhelming. I mean, maybe it's not true in the inner city, but overwhelmingly right wing. And yet and yet somehow you have these leftists running the show. And obviously in a city it makes sense because you appoint the chief of police or the commissioner. So it makes sense in that regard. But it's like, how do you have left-wing sheriffs? How do you have, you vote them in, but it's like, how do these things occur? In an environment that is naturally right wing or conservative, it's just.
I've become quite black-pilled about the meme of, oh well, the military will side with us when it comes to it.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah,
I've interacted with new recruits and they are fucking brainless.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They're not very smart and. They just do as they're told because that's how hierarchies work. The people at the top are considered to be interesting, important, and know what they're talking about and the right, and so they just go along with the agenda. And it's like, right, okay, there we go. That's that settled. That question.
I'm careful about talking about interacting with new recruits or whatever you would call them, conscripts to the United States military, and. I mean, I doubt I was in any way more intelligent. Well, I would say maybe I was back then. But if I was, let's say 18, 19, 20, I doubt I was very much more intelligent than they are. Yeah. But the thing is, because I wanted to join the military when I was that young. Because I had friends trying to invite me in. Mm-hmm. And it was a different military then, at least in some regard. Although not entirely different. But it's like... The people who are joining up that are Zoomers, they're all Zoomers. Every 1 in 10 is a stereotype.
Yes.
It's not very many because I live in upstate New York, but 1 in 10 is a leftoid, genderless, whatever, freakazoid. Just freak.
Did you? I take it you didn't see my video on Zoomers.
I did see it.
Right, yeah, because they have literally been indoctrinated by the millennials to be these things.
Yeah.
So and I think the best example of how to figure that out is literally 75% of them were against Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, more millennials were pro-Trump than Zoomers.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Like, right,
well, in defense of the dipshit kids, I'll say this: that millennials have slowly trended in the direction of joining the right wing, and I am no greater example to that. To where I was left wing, and boom, I'm over on the right, saying like, no, we need aspects of the government where we're going after the left wing and we're tyrannizing them.
Well, I agree that you are a millennial.
Yeah.
But that sounds pretty millennial to me.
But the thing is that I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that some will join our cause over time. That some of these people are going to have kids. Some of these people are going to have skin in the game. They're going to buy a house or whatever. And they're going to realize, right-wingers, conservatives, boomers would say, oh, the value of $1. It's the value of actually having some modicum of responsibility and the fact that people want to strip that of you. Like, so you have something to lose.
The problem is that the millennials are busy debauching the Zoomers, right? So they're getting them on OnlyFans.
Is that like a euphemism for raping or something?
No.
Molesting?
Getting them to violate their own sense of sanctity, right?
Yeah. So that's pretty much what I mean too.
In a way, you could describe it as a form of rape, actually. But so what I mean is that the Zoomers will, by the time they realize that something has been taken from them by the millennials, it'll be way too late.
Yeah,
there'll be way too many nudes on the internet. You'll have a body count of like 30 guys. And you'll be like, wait, why was I allowed to do that? And you'll be like, oh my fucking God, everyone told me that was okay, and it's not. But by then it's way too fucking late. You're not going to get the dream that you want of a house and family and a husband, whatever, blah, blah. And the guys are going to be a bunch of fucking lonely incel losers who are just addicted to their Zuckerbergian metaverse and can't, like, they're not marriageable material themselves. Yeah. And so now you're just like, well, shit. An entire generation is going to be up shit creek and without any way of getting back. That's the thing. They'll have nothing to fall back on. And it's like, right, fuck. That's not good, is it? And I'm genuinely concerned about it. This is why I don't like my son is not having a fucking mobile phone.
Yeah.
My daughter installed TikTok the other day, and she lost her phone for a bunch of, for the weekend or whatever. And she's aware now that I'm totally on patrol. The next time she installs TikTok or anything like that, I'm taking it forever. I can't wait to take it for her. And she knows, and she's been on her best fucking behavior as well. It's quite nice having this sort of Damocles above her head.
I really love the perspective of, like, I don't know if I really like the phrase of dadism. I don't really like it. But I do like the perspective of Dad Carl on patrol. I do like that.
Yeah, but it's got a kind of innate ring to it though, because I was just teasing, this is like dadism, as if it was just a joke, right? It was never a serious attempt to. Because I'd call it patriarchy if I was.
Well, that's exactly that's what I was gonna say. Is that I just like the moral order that you're enforcing.
Oh yeah, and loads of people do, and that's because it's right. It is good, and it's
compassionate. That is the fact.
Yes, yeah. That's it. And that's the best way to frame it. It's compassionate. It's saving them problems in the future.
Yeah,
by discipline now. Just like my dad did to me. And it's like, it's got to be done. Got to be done on patrol.
Yeah. Well, I just think that at some point on the right wing, it's like I was talking about, this is in part with like the MLK sacred cow, is that there are people on the right that still want to keep the notion of equality. And it's equality is a fucking lie. Hierarchy is the fucking truth.
The right needs to essentially, when they say you're not for equality, you say, no, I'm for freedom. Well, that's your default response. No, that's your default response. Because what you're saying there is freedom facilitates all of those things that you're talking about.
Freedom is a consequence of the order that I think that is created from hierarchy. That I think with hierarchy, with patriarchy, comes freedom.
Sure, but what I'm saying is patriarchy is a natural feature of human beings. So if you leave them alone to be free, that's what you'll get. So you don't need to advocate for it.
Well, I mean,
you can, but the thing is as well, the reason I say freedom is because there's very firmly established philosophical arguments that any amount of freedom destroys equality, and that's just philosophically demonstrable. It is analytically true, and so you can prove this to someone without recourse to any studies, without recourse to any physical like evidence or anything like that. It's just logically a consequent of having freedom is inequality.
That with the question of sort of natural disposition towards, if like basically you're arguing, if they're not being molested with leftist shit, they will trend towards being moral. And while
Yes.
I agree with that, I think that we one of the major declines in the West has to be, the decline that we're seeing is in part, I think, undeniably a growing, a lack of Christianity, a growing atheism. Because I honestly think that more and more people are becoming atheists, swallowing black pills, and just becoming cynical degenerates. And it's like I've gotten into arguments at work with people about weed because people really don't like my opinions on weed. And it's like, well, all I can say is that our society is in a moral freefall, and legalizing weed is just it's just more weight on the other side. You're tipping the scale in the direction of more degeneracy and decline. And maybe you can argue
any drug is essentially the same argument, where it's like, look, it's about self-control, apart from like hyper addictive drugs, obviously.
Sure. And the thing is that it gets into like a sort of like very fine argument about, well, I smoked a joint on Saturday, and meanwhile I'm earning more money and being more productive than you,
exactly.
Louis. And it's like, well, I'm not arguing about you, knocking a few back at the bar on Friday, or you having a joint on Saturday. It's like, it's the abandonment of moral standards in society that naturally comes with legalization of recreational drugs. And the fact of the matter is that in my perspective, could there be a place and time where you legalize weed? Sure. But it's not now. It's not now when the society that we find ourselves in is in moral fucking free fall, where the left is now coming for age of consent. It's like, how about we stop this? How about fuck legalizing weed? How about that? How about in 100 years, when we aren't living in a fucking degenerate society, we talk about that again. We bring up the issue again. We whatever it is.
Honestly, I feel that the issue of weed's a bit of a distraction. It's like weed.
Yeah, it is a distraction. It should be illegal, and we should be punishing dealers, punishing the cartel, and punishing addicts. How about that?
This is the distraction. The problem isn't weed. Weed's existed forever. The problem is leftist subversion that's destroyed the moral fabric of society, combined with mass immigration.
I agree with you, but we're talking
any energy not focusing on that, I think, is a bit of a distraction, really.
Maybe so.
I really do.
Maybe so, but
and it's true. It's
fine.
Like,
fine. I'm not saying it's the biggest issue.
In a moral country, weed being legal wouldn't matter in the same way alcohol being legal doesn't matter. It's like it is. The problem is what's happened to the way people think.
I
agree with you. I agree with you that the permissiveness and tolerance toward weed is a way of facilitating that. I do agree with you. That is true. But it is also fundamentally a kind of ancillary effect rather than the main problem.
Fine, but
I'm right.
I people even in the chat dislike my perspective on this, but like I said, I'm
not saying you're wrong.
I am in favor of promoting societal asceticism. That's what I am in favor of promoting.
Social asceticism.
Yes, because I am sick. Because all it is just another excuse to be a gluttonous piece of shit. That's all it is.
Stop being a fucking Kuma.
And I'm sick of it. I hate drug culture. I fucking hate it. I hate it. Because it is just naturally hedonistic. Naturally. I hate it. And I just think that it's just one of the features. Here's the thing. This could be simply a symptom of the leftist subversion. It could be just a symptom of it. But it's just a feature that I see that is glaring, and I hate it so much. And I just wish that, like, we weren't in this position where I'm the person with the unpopular opinion, where you shouldn't be an addicted, gluttonous fuck. Like, oh wow, Louis, like let's roll it back a little bit. Let's let's rein it in a little. It's like, where are we?
That's a totally fair place to be, though. Like this honestly, this is the reason why I went on the keto diet and lost all the weight.
You see that's and I absolutely approve and sanctify that decision, because that is you adopting an ascetic lifestyle. That is you actually instilling discipline on yourself to better yourself, and you're making yourself more healthy, which as a direct consequence is not only better for you, it's better for society at large. It's better for all. And I just can't stand, like, you have no idea, dude, like, the amount of people that I interact with on a daily basis that are, like, 50, 60 years old, and they are just wrecks. They are just wrecks. They are on death's doorstep, and they are unhealthy, just demonstrably at face value unhealthy people. Well, and how many there England, are.
Like, we're exactly the same over here. Like, the boomers were never taught to take care of themselves.
No.
At all. Not even slightly. The idea of health was just something they just assumed applied to other people.
It's so unbelievable to see the difference in people, like, meeting people who are like 91 years old who have perfect posture, who have like a gravitas, like they are in great shape and they look good, they sound good, like you can't believe that they're this old, and then you meet somebody who's 55 years old who looks like they're about to fucking die. And it's because they're just this gelatinous, gluttonous mass, and it's like, like, how have we reached this point? And
I saw a picture that I posted on Gab the other day, and everyone should be using Gab because it's going to be the last social media platform standing, but also use Gettr because it's where the mainstream Republicans are. Because obviously,
I've been using it.
No, it's fine, and it's fine, But I saw this picture, and it's a picture of like a beach in America in like 1960. There is not one fat person around. They all, I mean, honestly, everyone, male and female, have got the most perfect bodies. They look so healthy. And then it's got the 2021 picture of the beach, and it's literally every fucking person is fat. And I'm just like, shit, man, how have we allowed this to happen to ourselves?
Yeah, and the thing about, like, what I said is that obesity has so many issues along with it. And it's obviously not the only thing. It's just, like I said, just one example of just the unhealthy aspect of the societies that we have now, and why I'm against these things. I'm just, like I said, social asceticism, because I'm just sick of this. Because it just seems like that, as people would say, oh, it's a problem with impulse control, but it's like, it's the same reason, it's the same shit for why integration is failing, because no one's calling you a fat faggot and lose some weight. But no one's doing it anymore.
No, it is worse than that. It is people, like, and this is not necessarily their fault, although they could be and should be aware of this, but the amount of sugar and salt and other additives that are in processed foods has destroyed the health of our countries.
Yeah.
And like and I'm not saying this is, this is not a cope or anything,
No,
you're
right.
It's something that honestly the government could legislate. It could literally be, you do not add this, and this to these. Oh, but my ketchup tastes better if I put sugar and salt in it. Tough. Like, tough shit.
Yeah.
But then if it helps, everyone's taste buds and palate will adapt to the fact that no ketchup has sugar in it. Like, why the fuck does it have sugar in it?
Yeah. It's not. It's really not the point of a condiment. Okay.
Exactly. I'll be back in a sec. Let me get another cup of tea.
So I'll read some of the super chats while he's gone. So we have Patrick in there. It says, "Did you see how shitty the new COD is?" Yeah, everyone I know who references the new COD says it's a piece of shit. More ahistoric than Battlefield 5 and completely unfinished modes like zombies. Yet all I see is very little backlash on both accounts. Everyone who I've talked to about COD, and that's been a bunch of people, has said it looks like shit, and none of them are going to buy it. So I don't really know what to say to that, other than what perspective I have on it. American, a people and a nation in which derive from English common law and chimerical republican governments in which the negative view of individual rights from the Lockean perspective are the framework, a focus on restrained governments and virtue ethics. I would say that that's kind of like a really cold and analytical perspective on it that you're right about, but I think it's a little bit cold and dispassionate. Thanks for following my orders from the last Argon stream. This is how you guys should be doing this from now on. Also, I have a request. Read whatever super chat comes after mine in the voice you used in your sponsorship of the old videos. I don't know. I'm already starting to lose my voice a little bit, so I appreciate that. I don't know if I could do it. You missed a part of my first super chat, which would have happened to make the right as violent as the left on the streets. What would happen to make the right as violent as the left on the streets? I'll ask Carl when he gets back about that. Kenrick says, Louis, do you still hold that St. Kyle is going down? It's starting to look like the state is throwing the case, so a small amount of treacherous hope has kindled in me. Jesus, I'm losing my fucking voice over here. Black pill me, pastor. I mean, like I've already said earlier in the stream, I have no confidence in the judicial system in this country. I was given hope by the fact that most of the jury, if not the large percentage, the majority of the Rittenhouse jury is white. I would say that gives him a good chance. But never at this point, you should not be giving the judicial system any benefit of the fucking doubt. Do not give them any benefit to say that they're not going to do some shit and just fuck him. You know, Carl can say what he wants to, but I see this judicial system as borderline illegitimate in this country. It doesn't seem to give a shit. You know, it's desperately trying to get black criminals out of prison and out of jail, and while at the same time prosecuting white people as terrorists. So it's like, I hate the judicial system of this fucking country. I've met enough prosecutors in my life to not have any confidence in them. They're just career-interested fucking nitwits. Freaking psychopaths that never had the physical prowess to be jocks. So yeah, I don't know. In any sane universe, Kyle Rittenhouse would be walking out of the courtroom, you know, two birds in the air to flip the whole world off. But I wouldn't put money on it. That's all I'm going to say. The guest says, GOP libertarian are only libertarian for corporations. The GDP doesn't mean crap for non-corpos. I agree with that. Daily Dueler says for $15, collections to the pastor, moving out, currently going to recommend you and Carl check out series Berserk. Cool show. I think Louis would like it, and it's really cool medieval Europe setting. I think I've actually heard of that, but I haven't watched the anime in years. Eurozura says, with the blessings of Don Carlos, I give my tribute to the Imperial Father. Also, yes. Sargon, tell Dev AA was right.
Oh man, have you been following the AA drama with Adam and Sitch?
No.
Oh, it's so good. Right. Because the thing is, and I said this before, I'll say it again, I really like Adam and Sitch. They're really good guys. However, they are center-leftists who live in California.
Oh, good.
And you can imagine what their opinions and positions are.
I probably know every fucking one of them.
Yeah.
Well, they come in two varieties. It's either Joe Rogan or it's just your basic leftoid NPC.
No, basically Joe Rogan position, right? And
so leftist.
They're smart guys, and they are trying to engage with what AA is saying, but AA is giving them like perennial truths about the human condition. And so they default to a bunch of like, yeah, but not all and stuff like that. And then like a bunch of debate tactics that, frankly, the center left still uses against the right. And the problem that they have, of course, is that basically AA isn't saying anything that's wrong. You know, and a lot of it isn't even necessarily political. It's about what humans are like. And the thing is, the worst part about it is, Adam essentially is a devotee of Jonathan Haidt, who basically has scientifically demonstrated all of these things anyway. So it's just like, Adam's having a really hard time and is getting triggered by a lot of stuff that's happening. And it's becoming about like egos and stuff when it really didn't have to be, because they all basically agree with one another on some level. It's the framing that the Adam and Sitch can't handle. And I find it fascinating because the framing isn't even very radical, really. AA could have definitely been a lot more extreme in his framing. So it's maddening to watch, but it's been a highly entertaining thing as well at the same time. So
I guess I don't.
But the thing is, AA just has done a series of videos and he's totally thrashed them. And Adam and Sitch, if you're watching, man, he's thrashed you guys. I'm sorry. You've got to face facts. He's had you over a fucking barrel here. And I don't say that with relish because I like you guys a lot. But it's fucking, you've got to admit when you beat.
Yeah. Well, I would say what they need to do is prostrate themselves to him and, what have you. I'm not really familiar with, I know who AA is, but that's about it.
What it is that they approach it with the sort of rationalistic, technocratic worldview, and AA doesn't.
Fuck off back to 2013. That's all I'll say.
There is an element of that, yes.
It's so dead. It's so dead. Yeah. That whole
it is in my opinion. I just
we're not living in rational times, so shut the fuck up.
yeah, exactly. And they're trying to commit to a worldview that doesn't have any political power or impact anymore. And it's like,
yeah,
you got to start thinking in alternative ways. And I've decided that thinking aesthetically is actually a much better way of talking about this because interestingly, it avoids the sort of abstract categorizations that the left is so fond of. So I don't have to talk in their terms, and I can also attack them on grounds they already agree with, such as their commitment to subjectivity, because aesthetics is essentially based on your moral sentiments. It's like, what do I like? It's like, okay, well, I like it when I go into a Devonshire town and I go to an English tea room and I get, in a very classically English environment, a nice scone, jam scone, right? Cream tea. I can't get that in Bradford. I can't get that in Birmingham now, whereas in previous years I might have been able to. So aesthetically, I'd like to go back to that. And so I'm not talking in their terms, but I'm still attacking their sacred cows. And I found it very effective so far.
All I can say as it relates to what is effectively sort of like the moral roots of the separation between the sides is that when it comes down to it, we have thousands and thousands of years on our side, and you have the last century of moral degeneracy on yours. So
that's true.
Fuck off. That's all. That's how I'll end it there. Because
again, they're really good guys. I really like them as people. They're just wrong on this issue.
Well, I can't. I'm not speaking to them necessarily because I don't want to put words in their mouth because I'm not familiar with this. But I'm speaking to the idea that there is this basic big brain atheist third way of basically removing any sense of actual passion or morality or anything that is not some materialist fucking argument that is based on whatever, just you
need some metaphysical arguments, and they don't have any.
Yes.
And AA is presenting metaphysical arguments, they don't know how to deal with it, and it triggers them.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And I would say that to them, not being familiar with the debate, that you basically have to give up on the idea that people are perfectly, and I never even believed this myself.
That people are reasonable.
Yeah,
frankly.
The people are. It's this stupidly naive, freshman in college perspective of the
New
rational. Yes, of a rational human being.
Yeah,
and
it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
And this is why it's so frustrating watching Adam get triggered, because he's the one who says this.
Yeah.
He's constantly saying, well, human beings, he uses height all the time, saying, well, human beings are basically like a giant elephant of the ego that's always afraid and easily triggered with a very small rational rider on top of it. And if the elephant's calm enough, the rational rider can change the direction of the elephant. It's like, and
Well,
yet Adam, boom, as soon as AA says anything, his elephant takes over, and that's it. And
it's
like,
because he's clinging to the false god of equality. That's what it is. It has to be that.
Possibly.
All humans are equal. All humans are equal, therefore, and
Possibly.
he's operating on that presupposition. Because
I'm not sure that he is. I think it's all humans are rational. I think that's the one that he's operating on.
Well, that's even more retarded.
Well, and as he would say. So I find it very weird that they are in this position, but
something's like giving them the benefit of the doubt. Not knowing that something is impeding their actual understanding of the situation. That something is preventing them from actually thinking about what is being said. That has to be what it is. If they're smart enough to understand what is being said to them, well, hopefully, but
they are though. That's
if they are, then there's something inhibiting them. There's something preventing them from actually thinking, considering, weighing what's actually being said.
I honestly, I put it down to the fact that they're because they're the sort of like center-left new atheist types, the rationalistic types. I put it down to there's an inherent bigotry against. There's an inherent bigotry against the right wing as well that I think is manifesting with them. Like they hear, oh, he's right wing, therefore I don't like him.
Well, even if it is that, even if it is, I'm bigoted against the right. Well, it has to be. It has to be the bigotry of no, equality is right. No, humans are equal. We're all equal. It has to be that. It has to be that.
There's definitely going to be an aspect of it, but it's in the way that they're equal. There's going to be an aspect to it that's more finesse than what we're putting across. But I'd have to speak to them. So
fine. But I'm just speaking. I'm not necessarily not putting words in their mouth. Just saying because from that perspective, that is what it is. Is that it's whatever the Rousseauian, whatever it would be of basically the presupposition of humans are equal.
For people in the chat, sorry, that's Academic Agent, who's a YouTuber. He started as sort of like a hardcore capitalist, but he's gone very hardcore conservative now. But he's interesting and very well educated, and so are Adam and Sitch, and that's why it's been an interesting battle of wits to watch. But Adam and Sitch did handle it quite badly, in my opinion, and have lost the argument.
Well, like I said, if they did, people are saying, "Oh, I'm strawmanning them" in the chat. It's like I'm not strawmanning anybody. I'm just saying they need to bend the knee. If they lost an argument, bend that fucking knee. Anyways,
the Eagle Bear has got a good point though. At the end of the day, though, all of the people we're talking about, we all agree Kyle Rittenhouse is a hero, right? So Adam and Sitch, they're not like detached leftists who are insane or anything like that. They're perfectly rational and reasonable on many, many subjects.
I have to disagree. I think that unfortunately with Kyle, he was too disciplined. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
Did you see that post I had on Gettr? Of giving him a M4 with a drum magazine?
yes, I did see it. Okay, that's one perspective.
Well, the question is if he had that weapon instead of what he actually did have. Let's say he didn't have select fire and he just had full auto. How many pedophiles would he have actually gone down that day?
Well, how many pedos are there? I mean, 30?
Dude, it's insane. It's insane. Like, you literally shoot these many guys and all of them have a fucking record of violence against them. All of them. And one of them is a child rapist.
Literally raped 5 kids.
Violently, too. It's not like, he touched a kid in a park. It's like, no, he violently raped children. Yeah. It's like, Jesus Christ.
The worst kind of pedo, if we dare rank them by how awful they are.
Yes. Like, it's just so insane. And the thing is, too, is that, like, the left wing ginning up that piece of fucking shit at all. It's like, it just shows you.
Have you seen Vice Magazine's coverage? The sole survivor of Kyle Rittenhouse's shooting speaks in the court. The sole survivor, the guy who was attacking, he literally had a gun drawn about to shoot Kyle, and Kyle blows his bicep off, And he's there in the picture holding the gun, crying, "Wee!" And it's like, oh, look, the sole survivor. It's like, maybe he should have stayed fucking home.
Yeah, and I saw people memeing him, calling him like the second place winner of the Kenosha quick draw contest. Like something people memeing him.
Yeah. Oh, totally valid too.
All I can say is that from a primordial perspective of justice, it's like if you draw on somebody and you get taken out or injured or whatever, fuck you. You're weak.
You fucking deserve.
Fuck you. You should be ostracized from society because it's not just the fact that you are evil. It's the fact that you're weak. You lost. You're weak. You literally you initiated violence on someone.
Yep.
And
you got clapped.
Yeah. You got embarrassed. You were literally you got somebody who's on the ground, just got walloped, and has to clear a jam from his rifle before he shoots you, and he still fucking gets you.
Just remember though, chat. Whenever you see Gage wandering around, just raise your right hand and wave at him. Just give him a wave.
Can wave at him. I'm going to point my finger and say Untermenschen. That's what I'm going to say.
If he waves back, because he can't raise his right arm anymore.
Oh, is he actually permanently disabled from that?
Oh, I assume so. It looked pretty fucking bad. I mean...
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
All I can say is that if I get my way, we'll finish the job one day. In any case... Yeah. Someone asked you a question. What would have to happen to make the right as violent as the left on the streets? That's for you.
I think that Joe Biden needs to continue down the path he's on. I think
that would be a long path, honestly.
I don't think it's going to be that much longer. Basically, I think if the next election is obviously fortified, and I mean, some continuation of the Biden regime is still in place, and things keep getting worse, then that's when you'll see it.
I would say if we actually start entering into like comparable Weimar territory, where it's like inflation goes insane and a lot of other features that. And the other thing is, too, is I think that I haven't really seen too many people talk about this because everyone is in agreement. No, the economy's doing good. There's lots of jobs. Everyone's in agreement. Lots of jobs. And because the right wing have basically said, oh, no. Oh, get back to work, you gibbers. I'm about to lose my fucking job and I can't collect unemployment. But every right wing person out there right now is going like, no, get back to work, you gibbers. Take the jab. Work that job. I hate the right now. I hate it. Because it's like, I'm going to lose my fucking job because I don't want the vaccine. I'm going to get pushed out of my job, and I'm going to have these people pointing their finger at me, calling me a fucking gibber. I really don't like the right at the moment because it's
I think it's totally fair for people to quit their jobs under the penalty of not being vaccinated.
Well, the other thing is, too, is that every single person that's about to quit, outside of like a couple black people at my job, are all phenomenally right-wing. These are dyed-in-the-wool Team Red people. And all these big brain commentators in the right are like, no, get to work. It's like, no, how about collect unemployment and fuck this country? Fuck the government. Fuck this so-called society. Like, why should the right bust their ass to hold up this fucking country when all we're doing is getting shit on by everybody? It's the same perspective of any asshole, and I got people in my own audience who have enlisted and are serving. What are you doing? Seriously, what the fuck? What are you fighting for at this point? To go be a casualty?
America that no longer exists.
To go be a casualty in Taiwan for some shit island that can't defend itself against some other fucking shitty people? What are you fighting for at this point? And I just can't stand it. I don't know what is wrong with the right now, but they gotta come to terms about where we are. And that's the question that I pose to the right wing. What society?
Yeah. I totally agree.
The right wing needs to wake the fuck up.
I just can't get over how the Democrats can so fuck up literally everything, and yet, you've got a Democrat president, you've got a Democrat House or whatever, blah, blah. They seem to control everything. And it's like, why don't the right have a secession of the plebs, right? Like in ancient Rome, when the aristocrats got too out of control, then the plebs would just leave the fucking city and just go sit outside and go like, no, we're not doing anything, get fucked, until you accede to our demands. And the aristocrats are like, okay, we need you to run stuff.
No, people in the fucking chat, fuck Taiwan. Fuck Taiwan, fuck Korea,
Louis, they're our greatest
fuck
ally.
them.
What are you talking about?
Fuck them. Like, dumbass people and this shit. You go over there and pick up a rifle and die. You go die for this dipshit fucking government, the dipshit state who hates you. You go get your fucking vaccine, go join the other cattle, and die for fucking nothing.
Die for Biden.
Dumb asses. Part of an illegitimate, toppling, fragile, on the precipice of falling apart regime. You go be a stooge for the neoliberal order. Dumb ass.
So can I ask you a question about a subject we haven't brought up yet?
Go ahead.
What's your at on the metaverse? I want to follow you.
Oh, the
Zuckerberg,
Facebook thing. I don't know.
Bugman. Yeah,
I don't know.
Come on, I've got a picture you might want to show people. Like literally, how the fuck can this be where we are going as a civilization?
Oh, is this from the trailer or whatever?
No, well, I can't remember where this photo is from, but look at it. This is what it's going to look like. Zuckerberg wandering around with while everyone else is in a VR fucking headset.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to be the master of the universe. He's not going to be in this fucking metaverse. Like, you're not going to meet him in there, but you're going to be in there, being a pod bug man, eating the insects.
Well, the problem is going to be is that if it ever does happen where you have like the VR revolution or whatever, we're probably going to lose. I mean, granted, they're largely going to be cattle anyway, so it's not going to matter too much.
They're not going to be anything.
It's going to be like 30 or so % of society. Yeah, maybe I'm lowballing it a little bit, but I think it's a guarantee that I think you're going to have a lot of and the people who are definitely not going to be a part of that are the radicalized right-wingers who view it as a means of control, and they're going to be right.
Which it is, yeah.
But,
which it absolutely is.
So I would caution the neoliberal order that you still need the retards to fight your wars. Mm. You still need the dumbasses to fight your wars. And by the way, when I was talking about China, going back to that, going back to Taiwan, if we go to war with China, we're not going to win. We're going to fucking lose. So you go die.
As we said last time, I don't think the US can win wars.
I'm gonna go fucking learn Mandarin. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make the smart fucking decision.
Do you want to know something interesting? Right? There's a chap called Di Dongsheng, and he is a political scientist at the University of Beijing. And he gave a talk that we covered at the beginning of last year, not long after Biden's accession to the throne. And he literally, and he's giving a talk to, he's a Chinese Communist Party member, obviously. And he's giving a talk that was to a bunch of insiders. And he's in a theater talking. He's just talking very frankly about how...
Yeah, I know. I see
he has friends on the... Yeah, but one of the interesting things is that he says he met a Jewish woman.
Oh,
and he knew that she was Jewish because of the size of her nose, right? And he found it remarkable because she had like an East Beijing accent. And
what?
I'm not even joking. I swear to God, he said this, right? And I was just like, right, okay.
Whoa, man.
but then I'm thinking, okay, who knows what the implications of that are? But the Chinese are currently committing a genocide. Do we think they're going to be like, yeah, well, I certainly wouldn't genocide anyone else, you know? I mean, I don't think there's any security for anyone to be found in China.
All I'm going to say is that when the Chinese win that war, I'm naming names. I'm surviving. But the thing is, I know who I'm going to be naming. It's going to be the neoliberals. They're all going down.
Oh yeah. But I was just like, okay, don't know what he's getting at there, but moving on.
Hopefully, I'll learn Mandarin by then. Be able to speak to him. Be like, no, this is who you want.
John, my producer's from Hong Kong, so basically, whenever anything Chinese comes up, I'm like, John, what's this saying? He's like, yeah, that translation's accurate or whatever. He corrects it, you know. He can obviously speak Chinese, so it's like, right, okay, useful guy to have around.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I would
need him in the future. Gonna need him in the future.
Look, this is my the word I'm not looking for is interpreter. It's like my representative, like my advocate. This is my advocate, John. He'll speak on my behalf. You need to like You need to like present yourself as some kind of like member of royalty or something.
Yeah, basically, it's all I'm going to be able to do.
When the Chinese come and take the UK, like they're going to take the rest of the fucking world. I mean, I honestly think at this point, based on the war games, you guys have a better fighting chance than we do.
Yes, because of our remote location and we're an island, defensible, blah blah. But I mean, it's not exactly a position I want to be in. Like, holy shit, Britain's there desperately fending off the endless hordes of Asia. Oh, fuck's sake.
Well, the whole reason I talk about this is just because, like, from the left-wing, just the neoliberal paradigm, it's like, what do you have to fight for? Why are you fighting? What are you going to fight for the United States for?
Oh, yeah.
The United States is nothing to you but an idea, and that's true for the left and the right. It's like, so what are you going to fight for? What is it? Just the idea? That's it? Diversity classrooms in Afghanistan? What are you fucking fighting for? What is it?
Pakistan needs those gender studies, Louis.
For half the people in the military, it's going to be a paycheck. That's it. That's going to be half the fucking military right there. It's just, I'm here for the paycheck. And it's like, well, does that have thinking about it historically, does that work? Is that your best kind of army as mercenaries? Does that really work out well in history? No. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that
well, the answer to that historically has been no. They're terrible.
All I can say is to the people in the chat who are like, "Whoa, Louis, lame take on Taiwan." It's like, yeah, let's go start a hot war with China and lose. Let's go do that, because that's what's going to be what fucking happens. Because the fact is that they have the will to fight. We fucking don't.
Yeah, exactly. They're prepared to take the casualties.
We claim to have a technological edge, but unless our overlords are willing to use nukes, we have no chance. All right, we have a bunch of fucking half psychotic fucking tranny idiots running everything at this point. You're telling me they're going to be the best and brightest that are going to be running the drone program? They're going to actually hit targets?
Only half psychotic. Okay, I see you getting.
Well, you look at what's been going on in the Middle East. We missed more targets than we hit by a huge margin. It was something like
it depends
75%. Well, unless random civilians were the target, then we hit 100%.
Yeah, I was going to say 100% of the hospitals you were targeting.
But when it comes to actual strategic targets that are necessary to win any kind of actual battle, it's like the military has only grown weaker over the last 20, 30 years. It's like,
obviously,
we may have a slight technological edge, but it's not going to mean shit if the people operating it are useless.
And it also implies that will be forever. I don't think it will. I think the Chinese will catch up.
Oh, yeah. They are catching up because they steal our shit every day of the week. We got spies by the truckload and every goddamn state agency, and we keep bringing in more. So that's why I say, like, if it comes down to hot war between us and China, fuck it. I'm not with the neoliberal paradigm. Fuck it.
No.
You deserve to collapse. You deserve to lose. Because the fact is, if it didn't happen, I'm about to lose my job because of you fucking people. And you've deprived me of unemployment. Like, you want me poor. You want me broke. You want me on the streets. You want me dead, as it said.
I like Eagle Bearer's take. I'm a libertarian, but we need to get women out of the army. Where in libertarianism does it say that women have to be in the army?
No, I mean, it's like, again, it's the god of equality. It's the false god of equality. And it is. It's only weakened things because the problem is that if you held the same standard and you basically kept the rung as high for women as it is for men, and by the way, they've lowered it for men dramatically over the past 40 years anyways, but let's say they didn't do that, and women somehow, some freak of nature woman, somehow managed to jump the hurdle. Yeah. Well, then it's like, well, are we able to have this woman in whatever role that she's in without any kind of detriment to readiness and all the other factors that are necessary to keep this military unit operating at 100% optimal, function, whatever.
The problem is that we're even asking this question, right? Because, I mean, it implies that, if there's a dog that could fulfill all these functions.
Exactly.
The category is for men.
Yes,
that's what it is.
The fact of the matter is that there are roles that women can be in where the military will still be able to run at an optimal level. That is still possible. But in terms of frontline combat, from my understanding, the answer is simply no. Even if you don't lower the standards, you're still lowering the level of optimal function. Mm-hmm. And in that regard, it's like, well, why bother then? Like, well, the God of equality. It's like, Jesus Christ. Really? Like, that's the reason? That's the reason. Yeah. That's the fucking argument. And it's like, well, how about the fact that women aren't equal to men? The reality, the truth.
In the respect of combat.
No, I'm not. No. I'm talking about I am not equal to you. Okay? You're not equal to me. We're not equal. No one is equal.
But you're talking specifically in the realm of combat, right? Because women are not the equals of men in giving birth or whatever, right? So there are lots of ways in which men and women aren't equal, but we need to be specific because this is how we can essentially just nail it. It is the fact that women can't compete combatively in the same way that men can.
You're right, but you're arguing from a very technical perspective, which is right. But I'm arguing from
argue on these grounds.
Yeah, I know. So. But I'm arguing from the perspective of the presupposition that not you, but them are operating on is just false. So why it's like, getting to these people and being like, listen, the entire basis of your argument is just false. Like, it doesn't even matter if you can say, well, we're gonna stitch that and we're gonna needle this and we're gonna do this and we're gonna change that. It's like, you're never gonna do that. The standards are always gonna be lowered. That is just a simple fact. Mm-hmm. And as a direct consequence of you creating this incestuous diversity program, you're going to bring in those who are demonstrably incompetent and cannot be gotten rid of.
And someone in the chat's got a great point here. Can we stop acting like going to war is a fucking privilege? Zeno, going to war is a fucking privilege.
Well, that's why I'm saying bring back the fucking draft.
In every other time period, but now, right? In every other time period, it was a privilege to go to war. Like, the Roman Republic had literally got land and property qualifications before you could join the army. And to get anywhere in politics, you had to have been in the army. And so the point of it was a form of privilege that you had to prove yourself that you were worthy to serve the Republic.
Yeah.
Getting rid of that makes the whole thing start degenerating.
Yeah. And the thing is that, I don't really need to get into it. Of the women who have seen combat and they've come up and they come back and they're all fucked up, and it's like,
oh yeah,
that's what we need more of in this society. Unhealthy women. That's what we need more of.
That's right. I'm a feminist.
Yeah. Well, it's just I don't know. It's unfortunately, I think you talked about it on your own show of everyone hounding men over this and that, and it's like, all right, we're just gonna keep kicking this can until there's no kids being born anymore. We're in that movie, there's no kids being born anymore. That's where we are.
What now?
Every woman in society, well, all white women will be unhealthy. That seems to be where we are, where we're headed.
The Mexican women will be doing great.
No, I would say black women will be doing fine. They'll be pumping them out by the bushel. but white women. No. All I can say is that I've interacted with enough white women, and I will reiterate, as I did in the last stream, we need a complete and total shutdown of white women until we can figure out what the hell is going on.
Yeah,
deadly serious, because I've interacted with too many, and it's they're so I don't know what the word would be, just aggressive and insecure and confused.
They're trying to establish a reality that doesn't exist. That's what it is.
Well, yeah, it is really that. It really is that. It is simply trying to force.
I'm a woman.
Force
I can
their ideology. Force their ideology into reality.
I need you to agree with me that I can be anything I want. It's like, listen, you're actually mostly fucking useless. The reason you get anywhere in life is because you've got a wet hole. And so, I'm sorry. you've got to be real about yourself, your capacities. Like, I'm real about mine. I'm never going to be a fucking basketball player because I'm 5'9". You know, I'm never going to be this. I'm never going to be a long distance runner because I'm fat. You know, I'm very aware of my limitations and I work within that. Whereas you're not aware of your limitations at all, and everyone around you tells you don't have any. And so you're like, well, why aren't I getting what I want? Why don't I have everything I've desired? And I'm going to be desirable until I'm 50. I'm like, no, you're not. There are so many fucking limitations, and everyone around you lies to you about them, and that's why you're insecure and lost and unhappy.
Yeah, exactly right. And all I can say is that I remember on your show, was it on your show where you're talking about a college program? It's like a natalist program where they're talking about having kids and that and all that.
Yep, literally at Cambridge University.
That is like the very polite thing that I agree with, but I want a college program, especially in college for white women, of where women are taught about the wall. That's
literally
what I want.
Indoctrinate them into pickup artist and MRA.
No. I just want them
face the wall.
The objective truth of the wall, and the fact that there will come a time where all the power you have is going to like drain out of you, like you're the fucking you're the traitor, the treacherous guy from the third Indiana Jones. Like you are going to disintegrate, turn to dust.
Good course about this. Oh god, I could do such a good course. Like I've seen so many examples of like women starting OnlyFans, and they're mid-20s or early 20s, and they're beautiful and they make fucking bank. And then you just bleed that into the Jessica Valenti types and you use their examples from like 5-10 years ago when they're writing articles going, I get catcalled everywhere, this is disgraceful, blah 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 blah. And then you just bleed that into men don't even see me. I don't even exist anymore. Like, I don't even come up on their fucking radar, and I'm only 38. How has this happened? It's like, yeah, boom, it's that fucking quick. It is that fucking quick. You've got to understand, you are on a time limit.
Even the example of, well, I'm only 38, it's like, you're delusional. You're delusional.
Yeah.
There's always, and this is the problem.
But then, no. Coming after that, right? There are literally loads of articles of women who are about 10 years older. I saw a great one the other day where some woman had posted, I'm in my mid-30s. I've frozen my eggs. I'm going to get the man of my dreams. And I've just split up with my husband. I'm going to get the man of my dreams. I'm going to live my beautiful future. And some woman had posted, well, I split up with my husband. I'm 50 or whatever. I split up with my husband 10 years ago. And I'm still waiting for my happy ending. I think you're making huge fucking mistakes. No. And it was just the most savage thing from an older woman. But she'd said it in a really nice way. And she's like, I don't think you're going to get it. And it was just like, ooh.
I don't know. The issue is that with women is that like a certain, like there's obviously the delusional ones, but then there is I don't know what the percentage is they keep it hidden, but there is a percentage of women that understand the wall. They know it exists. They know it's true. They know that these are diminishing returns and eventually this is going to go away, but they say nothing. And so my position is men have to say it for them. Men have to say it. We have to have women understand, especially white women. They have to understand.
I honestly, like the egg carton meme is so fucking great. Right? But 38 is a granny's age. Honestly, we need to start that meme, right? Is in you should be looking to become a grandparent at 40. Not even joking, right? You have your kids at 20, your kids have their kids at 20, and boom, you're a grandparent by 40. Well, that's what we should be aiming for.
I mean, it's just at least trying, desperately, clawing.
Great grandparent by 60, great grandparent by 80.
Yeah, I mean, it's just any notion of like the it is like, I don't know, like 70% of white women where it's like, I'm in my 20s, I'm just banging around fucking dudes, and I'm finding myself. And it's just like...
Oh, yeah.
It is so
I'm finding myself, and it turns out
common.
I'm a fucking whore.
It is so unbelievably common.
That's interesting.
And it's like, listen, like, just listen. You have a finite amount of time, and you are at your apex. You are the most desirable right now. So, just for the love of God, wait until you're like 32 or something, and then go on all the vacations, and then get in all kinds of debt, and then make all kinds of stupid fucking decisions, and then go to college. And it's like, Spend your 20s finding a decent guy. Form a long-term relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Do that first. I know it's not going to work
out. They need to find out
with
just
everyone.
how much of a big whore they are when they're in their 20s. It's because it's so easy then. It's so easy to find out how much of a whore you are when you're in your 20s.
It's so unbelievable.
You're so attractive. You're so young and thin and attractive. It's so easy to find out how much of a whore you are when you're that age. I love it. I love finding myself. What does that fucking mean? Where did you get lost? You know?
Yeah, I know.
Like, come on. The fact that you're lost, doesn't it say something to you? Fucking hell. Who did this to you?
Well, I gotta say, parents, they're part of it. Parents are part of it.
Yeah, the entire civilization.
It's one generation teaching the next of being like just an aloof, valueless, vacuous fucking wet hole.
Yeah.
To borrow your phrase, like, it's just like, young people are going to be dumb. I talked about that earlier in the stream. I was not very intelligent when I was 18 years old.
Oh, I was a fucking idiot.
And I think that goes for a really good amount of people, that they did dumb stuff.
It's 100%. 100% of people.
For the sake of arguments.
And it's not even that they're like intellectually stupid. They just don't know anything about the world because they're 18. And that's a universal analytic truth because you literally haven't lived long enough to make to learn the experiences.
I don't know what the perspective, if there is like a silver bullet thing that you can offer to people that young, or not even offer, but tell them so that there's some kind of grasp of the situation awaiting them.
Conscription into the military, maybe? I don't know.
I don't know, just some kind of like high school course or something to where it's like, just the message is like how it is in high school of like, go to college, go to college, go to college. It needs to be instead, don't throw away your youth. Don't waste your youth. Try to find meaningful relationships in your youth, in your 20s, because by the age of 40, you are going to be fucking miserable, friendless, joyless. Like, just if you don't build some kind of network that is meaningful in your youth, in your young adulthood, as it said, you are done. You're done. And it's I don't know, like, it's just the way things are. It's like we want young people to just be like their entire moral and intellectual framework is just vacuity. Just be the most vacuous fucking dipshit possible. Be the biggest conformist fucking possible in that regard.
Coom, get in the metaverse.
And I don't know really what has to change, but all I know is that there needs to be, I'm saying this right now, top-down change. Top-down fucking change. It has to happen. Because bottom up is a lost fucking cause in that regard.
Do you know what I love, right? Is listening to how China's like, China's restricted young people from playing video games between Monday and Thursday. Well, that's a fucking light touch. I restrict it between Monday and Friday, and then I only give my kids a couple of hours at the weekend. What now?
Well,
China, you fucking simps.
You basically, I mean, in their regard, they're just gonna do it and say, well, if you disagree, we're gonna shoot you. But
but I mean, in my one is, if you disagree, well, there is no disagreement.
Yeah, you're wrong.
I'm in complete control of their access to video games.
Well, I'm saying, I mean, I understand you from your perspective of being a dad, and obviously you're right. They're your property. You own them.
Yeah, I do own my children.
I am saying from like the perspective of a statist solution that there is a genuine argument to say, like, listen, like, even I would be a hypocrite in this regard of like playing video games or whatever. But the fact of the matter is that our choice is between bettering ourselves as a society, like basically accepting once again that we are a society, bettering ourselves, or we are done. Our civilization is done. And possibly publicly emulating a fucking neoliberal. Just as a side benefit after you say that, just to make it clear.
I mean, we are pretty much done at this point. Like, it's hard to imagine what the paradigm
No,
shift
I mean,
would be
we
to
like
change people.
under the neoliberal paradigm, we are done. But I never will say that I don't in any way think that we have come anywhere near close to, like people talked about, people in the streets, the right wingers being as violent as the left. I'm not even saying that. I am simply saying that, like, an actual reactionary movement to the neoliberal paradigm, and forget about the left, the neoliberal paradigm, that is utterly in its infancy. And I don't think that should be discounted, because I think that as worse as things are, as worse as things are getting, and as bad as things are currently, the fact of the matter is that as our enemies weaken, and they are weakening, the fact is that they're tyrannical and oppressive, dictatorial in many ways, and fortifying our
all of
democracy.
These are signs of weakness.
They are all signs of weakness, and the fact is that they're firing the strong. They're about to fire a bunch of people. One of the people I work with, the best supervisor I work with, is like a pretty strong Christian, and he's like, none of my family has a vaccine. I'm not getting the vaccine under any condition. Yeah. And he's the best supervisor they got at my location.
Based.
So it's like they're about to fire the most competent person in the building, at least on the floor. The people that are with me on the floor dealing with the public. They're about to fire the most competent person they got. And that is talent and competence leaving the building. And so if it requires, weaponizing the bureaucracy that I'm a part of, it's going to be that much harder to do. Because now all you're left with is the fucking unthinking dregs that are not competent. Like, I've already talked about it on stream. So far, I've caught 2 of my coworkers drinking on the job. 2! And guess what? One of them is a manager. One of them is a supervisor.
Oh, you caught? Oh, really?
Yes.
I thought they were just regular Joes.
No.
I didn't
people
realize
in a managerial position drinking on the job.
Right. Okay.
And guess what? Those people are staying. They got their vaccines. They're staying. But the guy who's like an ascetic Christian, a good guy, very warm and kind person, competent, he's the guy they're about to punt out the fucking door.
Yeah, I've actually today I did an interview with a Christian guy, talking about Proverbs from the Bible, because there's just good, wholesome wisdom in there. Right? It's not religious. It's just here's some good advice for young people. And one thing I couldn't help but notice about him, he's a really nice guy. Like, I like him as a person. Exactly, say warm. He's got a warm aura to him, and like everyone in the office after this, like, wow, he's a really cool chap. It's like, I've met him a few times now. He's been a really cool chap, but each time I've met him, and there's no hint of incongruity to it. Like there's no mask that's slipping or anything like that. Yeah, there's no pretense. He's just like this, and it's just like, wow, what a nice guy. What's like, I would rather deal with a Christian any day of the week, even if they're preaching about God.
Well, the people that, it's just one of those like primordial aspects of society where you have someone who is basically the embodiment of a Chad. He's confident, he's attractive, strong, he's good-natured, content, not necessarily happy, just content. And I think from that, the symptom is happiness. But he spreads that warm aura to others, those around him, just by simply being. And I think there's a lot of, there's there's a decent number of people who are Christian like that.
Unironically, what I think you should do is set up a monastery. Yeah. I'm not even joking.
As long as it's not Catholic and they don't,
no, he's Protestant, obviously.
Okay.
Obviously Protestant, but like seriously, you should like set up like a monastery and like just be like, look, we're just going to do things in a good way, in a wholesome way.
Yeah.
Like, so I think you'd do it, and then do charity, community outreach, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just show people what a good example of a Christian is, and look at what the alternative is.
The beauty of people like that, whether it's this supervisor at my job or whether it's that guy, just based on what you say, is that again, those are strong people. They are strong people. And in many ways, they strengthen those around them. They better those around them. And once again, I'm going to reiterate, punish the weak.
Weakness is a vice. So.
Yeah, it is. It is a vice, and it's one that you
Absolutely.
choose to, inject, let's say. And
it's any virtual vice is down to choice.
yeah,
You exhibit the virtues and vices you choose to exhibit.
and I definitely say that there is a way of bettering people and showing compassion to people that doesn't enable them. And I think that's one of the things that people have to understand, is that while I've yelled about and ranted about how much I can't stand the so-called perspective people have currently of compassion, like what compassion is, where you just enable weakness in everyone, that isn't actually compassion, and
It's predatory.
Well, I mean,
The only person who wants weak people around them is someone who wants to take advantage of them. End of story. That's what that is.
I mean, yes, that is true, but I honestly think that, unfortunately, with a lot of people that
tyrants breed weakness.
Yes, well, but the thing is that you're citing malicious examples. The people that I would cite are the fucking oblivious morons.
Mm-hmm.
Who would think that no, I want to give clean needles to addicts on the streets. I'm gonna help them. It's
Why would I want that? Why would you want to give addicts needles?
And they truly believe it. They truly believe that from some bizarre utilitarian fucking war perspective that's bettering the society. And it's you're just enabling weakness. You're just enabling.
You're
someone,
enabling drug addicts. You
are actively someone is trying to stand, and you're pushing them down by their head to stay on the ground, so that they are incapable of self-actualization. You're just preventing them from bettering themselves.
Yeah.
And it's why, I don't know, the enemies of any decent society are optimists or utilitarians or whatever. It's just I would rather stand shoulder to shoulder with some deluded dipshit idealist leftist than some optimist, because the optimist will just like a pig, just wallow in shit, saying everything is fine. And I can't stand it.
The delusional ideologue will conversely tell you that everything's fine in the face of it not being fine. So they're both really...
Well, the ideologue is just lying for their own ends. I mean, there is no such thing as an idealist who is content with the way things are. It doesn't exist.
Sure, but I mean, I've seen idealists who admit that the world sucks, and it sucks for X, Y, and Z reason.
No, that's the perspective of... That should be the perspective of every idealist. Because what the hell are you fighting for if you think the world is good? The world is great. So, I'm talking about optimists. That's what I'm talking about. Optimists.
Well, I'm an optimist. Well, I think we can make things better. But I'm also a realist, and that's going to be a difficult job.
I don't know. To me, those are mutually exclusive. Mm-hmm. I would say that you're an idealist. That's what I would say.
No, I'm an optimist.
Nah, I gotta disagree. Because from my perspective, what an optimist is someone who is just inherently delusional. That's what I think it is. Someone who's inherently irrational, inherently delusional.
What's irrational and delusional?
Believing that you can be content about the way things are.
Well, no, I don't think that's what optimism is. I think optimism is the belief that we can make things better.
No, I would say that that's what an idealist is. I think that an optimist is ultimately there. People think there's cynics and there's optimists, and that's the distinction. But no, it's really idealists and optimists that are opposed to one another. From my perspective,
I'm just looking at the dictionary definition of optimism: hopefulness and confidence about the future or the success of something. I just think
I would front load that with blind or delusional.
Okay, sure. I mean, I'm not a blind optimist. Christ.
Well, I would say that's how I regard optimists. Is that I would conflate nihilists with cynics and cattle with optimists. That's my perspective on it. That's my definition.
I think that's slightly too cynical. I wouldn't commit to that level of cynicism.
Well, no, I'm not a cynic. I'm an idealist.
Are
Yeah,
you?
no, I'm an idealist, sir.
On what grounds?
The fact that I think that I could see an ideal, I have a vision, and that we're failing to reach it, even though we
Okay.
could. That makes me an idealist.
Okay.
The fact that we can get there, that doesn't make me a cynic. A cynic would say it's not possible. And that's why I would say I conflate them with a nihilist. You know, you're either against the idea or you're apathetic to it. That makes you a cynic. Anyways.
Well, let's not worry about the things. Let's do some super chats. So
Okay. Where the hell were we? With the blessing of Don Carlos, I give my tribute to the Imperial Father. Okay, that was the other one. Come home, brother Angul of Old Dancorum, and free yourself from the tyranny of COVID. I don't recognize that. When you get sick,
I don't even know what you're replying to.
when you get sick, when you get a fever to kill the infected wow. When you get sick, you get a fever to try to kill the infection. Our country is the body, the collapse is the fever. I'll let you figure out who the infection is. Oh, damn. Better be careful with that one. A Mexican centrist says, for Sargon, where is the Me Too video, Carl?
Me Too video? Well, which one?
I don't know. Did one get struck off your channel?
I
don't know either.
Jesus. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Let me check my email. See if I can anything.
Can you disabuse Carl of the idea that the United States doesn't have an NHS? Well, I mean, we do. I mean, you have the VA and blah, blah, blah. You have Medicaid, blah, 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 blah. Ours is just restricted to poor, mentally ill, and disabled and elderly. Medicare and Medicaid, healthcare used to be affordable too. Yeah, I mean, we do have a public... What I love, too, is that, like, the people who defend, like, a public healthcare system, it's like you have to own the fact that the VA has been a disaster for, like, 150 years. For, like, as long as it's existed in America, it's just been a total disaster. Like, anything related to healthcare and veterans in the United States for, like, a century and a half has been disastrous. It's just comical.
I mean, if it helps, it's been the same in Britain.
Yeah. Well, I have to imagine that NHS at some point had a heyday.
Well, I mean...
Maybe not for veterans.
Before mass immigration, sure.
Oh, okay. Potato King says, sup, Louis, going to have to catch up with the stream later. Here's 500 yen for some hentai. Well, thank you. New York Joggers Association. Someone bring back a great meme. Considering fleeing despotic shithole Sydney for God's country, Florida, USA. Wow, now there's a difference right there. I know it's not exactly utopia over there, but things are getting so unbearable here, especially with losing friends over the vax issue. Yeah, well, I mean, if you can still hold on to your parents, you're doing better than I'm doing. But yeah, I mean, all I can say is that people are pouring into Florida by the hundreds of thousands. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Not the immigration, but the
movement between states.
Yeah, whatever. There's another word for it. I forget what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, the New York
whatever internal migration is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the meme of the New York Joggers Association. That was from a previous stream, but that was so funny. It was just like, oh god, it was something to do with New York City. And like black representation for like the different stuff going on in New York City, with the magic happening in New York City.
And with the guy who was just jogging, right?
Yep. Well, it's basically branching out to all actions are jogging, and having representation for that. I'm with you on the judicial system. If it was a self-defense shooting, I'm in the Baltimore area, I would immediately flee to West Virginia and would deal with any cops that have tried to stop me. I'd find a right-wing town to protect me and make it another Waco. Jesus, Kath. But yeah, I gotta say that, you know, we talked about it a little bit while you were getting tea, that people are saying, "Oh man, the Rittenhouse trials in the bag. Put the money down." And I'm still against it. If I had to bet money, I'd still put it against it. I'd still say that they're gonna find a way to, imprison him or shoot him on the steps of the courthouse.
You think?
I think he's fucked.
You think he's a dead man walking?
Yeah, I think that even if they lose, they'll find a way to use it as another example to demoralize the right. I think things are. It's too big of an issue. It's too big. It was what I felt for.
The evidence is so overwhelmingly on his side.
Yeah, I know that, but they convinced 65-70% of the country that George Floyd did nothing wrong.
See, now, but the thing is, there is a qualitative difference here, because the George Floyd video, if you know nothing about anything, watching that, it looks like Derek Chauvin is doing something wrong, right? So on the face of it, no, it does, right? And this is why so many right-wingers, when they first saw it, were like, oh my God, yeah, this guy's terrible. Of course, when they learned the actual details about George Floyd's drug usage and stuff like this, they were like, well, that's actually... And when they saw the video of him saying, I can't breathe when he sat in the car, well, that obviously, these people obviously like, oh, well, there we go. But with the Rittenhouse stuff, it's so obvious they are attacking Rittenhouse. It's so obvious. You can't deny that. And so I think they can't. I think he has to be okay out of this. And if he's not, well, then red pills, here we go, have a dispensary.
I guess, but I just think that, as bad as the trial has been for the prosecution, like just comedically, like I said, I'll take the odds at the moment where it's like, 1,000 to 1 odd that, he stands to lose. But I just think that if he wins, it'll be a win for the right in general.
Oh yeah,
and
they all know. That's why the media is currently framing Grosskreutz as some heroic survivor.
I don't know. I just think that they won't allow it. It's some modicum of resistance or dissent or what have you that they won't allow.
I agree that they'll try, and they are trying, but I think that they still have to operate within reality, right? And reality shows that Rittenhouse was defending himself, and there's no defending that. There's no getting around that fact. It's so obviously true. And so, maybe if we're lucky, this could be a nice hill for them to die on.
I mean, maybe. If I was Rittenhouse, man, I'd be walking out in that courtroom in a Kevlar fucking bodysuit.
Sure.
Because
I'm not saying you shouldn't do that.
I think that kid has a fucking target on his back. I think that they, especially if he wins in the end and gets acquitted entirely, I think that there's going to be some Antifa guy that is going to be spun around by the CIA, and he's going to walk up to the steps with a gun in his hand. He's going to get fucking Jack Rubied. And
possible.
I think they're going to do that with the purpose of demoralizing the right again. And I would say that to Kyle, obviously I want him to win and all that. Yeah. But I would say to him, just, book a ticket. That's what I'm going to say to him. Yeah. Because you never know when they're going to pull some shit. Because the federal government is going to do, would you find it that surprising that the federal government steps in and just Guantanamo Bays him? Just says, no, he's a terrorist, and just sticks him somewhere. Look what they did with the January 6th protesters.
Yeah. I know. I wouldn't be surprised if they did it, but fuck me, man. You can't think that these things won't have an effect on public opinion, and
they don't care.
They don't care, as we established. But this is what I mean. I do think with the breaking point for the right, it'll be revolution, right? It'll be right, okay, the government is under control of fascists or whatever, and therefore it's armed rebellion now. I don't think it'll be violence in the streets in a civic way.
I think that because of how early we are into the reactionary movement, which I'll just label it as, that as it stands, there is an anchor on the right wing of dead fucking weight of pacifist pussy neoliberal right-wingers that need to be discarded before.
Ben Shapiro feeling very called out right now.
Yeah, well, he's not the only one, but those are the kind of people that basically need to be unloaded, and before anything can get anywhere, because they are a weight on the right. They are a weight. Like, their entire purpose is suppression. That is what they're after. They're actively looking to suppress the right wing from becoming more nationalist, more nativist, more reactionary in the actual true, definitional way of
just acting in the United States interest. That's the simplest way to put it, because like all these other labels have got like a lot of baggage attached to them. But that's not really useful. What I think is the issue is just no one's acting in the interests of the country. That's the problem.
Well,
that has been the problem for decades now. And so like just literally anyone who, and this was what Trump's magic was. He was obviously acting in the interests of the United States as the sort of mythic entity that he has pictured in his head.
But
that's what's needed.
But I don't think that is the aspect that the people I'm talking about are trying to suppress. Like, I don't think that's really what the problem with him is. It is the actual effect that he had to spur an actual factional movement. Something like that's what I'm talking about. And
but the factional movement that acts in the interest of the United States is going to be the problem.
Well, itself, I think, is actually closer to the truth. Because again, I'm going to ask the question: what society? When you say country, what country are you talking about?
Well, we're talking about the sort of mythic United States that exists in Trump's head.
Yeah,
a lot of people bought into that narrative, and that's why I support him.
It's an America that could exist, but I don't think
it probably used to exist.
Yeah, well, maybe so, but I just think that currently it doesn't exist.
Yeah,
and what we have is, I guess you would just label it as a skin suit, but it is just an illegitimate, just farce. Of like, again, it's literally the neoliberal paradigm of we're gonna fight and die for gender studies programs in Afghanistan. Like, that is what it is. And I think that basically what has to happen to truly become a factional force, the reactionary movement, the right wing has to basically give up on the idea that there is any legitimacy to the other side. Yeah. That there is something like, no, we could compromise on this.
The Democrats are still Americans. No, they're communists.
Yeah. Well, it's basically because there are people that basically on the right that want to incorporate the black nationalist anthem. Like they think that there is something that we can claw and cling to
the conservative pride flag.
Basically, yes. To tether this together. Like, there is some way that we can thread this to keep it together, because, what happens if we lose the fabric of society? And basically, the thing that I want to instill is to say, listen, what's society? What's society? Like, we're past that. It's gone. Like, and that's the thing, as I think they're still buying into the illusion that that's possible. And that is the weight that we need to unload. And I think that, unfortunately, like, if you say, and that's why I'm afraid that, like, the Biden administration gulags Rittenhouse and everyone's like, I can't believe it. And it's like, no, it's like, they know where we are. They know where we are. That's why they're tyrannizing us. It's why they're sticking their January 6th people into prisons and mercilessly beating them and tormenting them and torturing them in many ways. It's because they know they can get away with it, and we're powerless to do shit. Yeah. And it's not a sign of strength in their own regard, but it is also a sign that we are still babies rolling around on the ground in terms of what we can do.
In terms of organizational capacity, the right's so far behind the left.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing.
It doesn't show the strength of the other side, but it says that...
It shows the weakness of your side. Yeah.
But the thing is, too, is I wouldn't even regard it as weakness, because it can be categorized as weakness in terms of our own size, and I do think there is weakness on our side, Ben Shapiro, but It is the fact that
Hang on. I don't you putting all of the weakness of the right on Ben Shapiro.
no, I'm using
Ben Shapiro. No, hang on. Ben Shapiro is actually a surprisingly useful culture warrior for the right. Right? He does a good job at defending the right from the left, and that is necessary. But the problem with the right is generally organization. The right is it's a large coalition of very small and basically independent bodies that are getting beasted by a very well-oiled machine.
You're not talking about the cartel that exists on the right to keep the right suppressed.
They're part of the problem. That's correct.
Yes, and all I can say is that I think Ben Shapiro might have some involvement, and probably others too, with the ADL. I think that there's some crossover, and I think the purpose is keeping Ben Shapiro on high is basically the golden calf, the golden boy. Because the fact is that he's the only guy that hasn't suffered. Everyone else, including Steven Crowder, as piecemeal as he is. Because as far as I'm concerned, he's an internationalist. Ben Shapiro is like his father in that he's just an internationalist. And he feigns being a nationalist. But even Crowder has suffered.
Oh, Crowder's taking a lot of hits.
Yes, and so even when he's getting fucking, aside from his own health issues, he's taking a pounding in his own regard. But Ben Shapiro has come after years and years and years, and he's totally unscathed. Fuck that. He's involved. He's involved. He has to be. Because why not? Why would he be going on? And the thing is, it's so stupid too, because of all people, he's one of the biggest names on the right. You would expect him to take some kind of damage somewhere, sometime, about anything, but nothing. Not once.
Is careful to stay within the prescribed limits.
I don't know, man.
He is.
I think that
I'm not saying that's a good thing either.
I think that he is a part of a cartel. I'm not even gonna say I'm making fun of him and bullying him just for the sake of just doing so. But I think he is part of a legitimate cartel that exists on the right, that is suppressing the actual side of the right that could possibly be a threat to the left. And I would say that the anyone who would be resembling that of Steve Bannon, that is the legitimate threat to the left. And that's why people like him have basically been just buried as much as they possibly can be.
Yeah.
And it isn't because to say that
Bannon is the legitimate threat.
And it isn't even to say that Bannon himself is going to be coming out big swinging dick, knocking down the enemies. It's guys like him.
I think he would, actually.
Well, yeah. But I'm just saying that
he was the one who was like, "Oh, we need the heads."
I know. But
okay, Steve. Yeah, okay.
It's the guys like him that are actually trying to wage the war, that are the threat, and that are buried. But I think that's why he and many others have suffered tremendously. And I think with Alex Jones, that it's not even Jones as like the character. It's simply the ability to think outside of the neoliberal order. That ultimately Jones is against the neoliberal order, therefore bury him. And there's no way that there wasn't right-wing commitment that led to him being as censored and damaged as he was and has been over the years. Yeah, there's no way there's not people on the right actively helping out in that regard. There's no way.
Yeah. And there should have been much greater resistance to anything happening to Crowder. The right should be... I mean, what can they do?
Well, the beauty about Crowder is that I think one of the best things that he ever did... and it's not just categorically this thing, was bringing on that new what's it called on a talk show, not Confidence Man but Hype Man or whatever it is that you bring on your show. They would see on like the old television shows from like late night shows from in the 20th century, Color Man or whatever the phrase is. I forget the name of the guy on the show that he has, the comedian he brought on his show. But it is pushing him in an edgier and edgier direction, and that is what you want. And that's why I think they're coming after him more and more. I think that's what it is. I think that he's basically becoming edgier and edgier, and I think that the cartel on the right is eventually going to fully turn against him. Dave Landau on his show. That Dave Landau is basically a leftist, but he's edgy, and he's pushing Crowder in that direction. And so every once in a while, Crowder will come out with like a hot take.
I don't actually watch Crowder that much, mostly because I don't have time to watch streams or anything. And often because he's banned for weeks at a time from YouTube.
Yeah.
But I tuned in a while ago, a couple of weeks back, and he was making loads of edgy ethnic jokes. Mm. And it's like, fucking, I wouldn't make those jokes.
Well, I
wouldn't do that these days.
I'm just saying that Crowder, like some people have argued that he's doing it because he might be losing an audience or whatever. I don't really know how true that is.
His audience is huge and committed.
I think that Crowder is slowly... I still regard him as an internationalist, and I think I'm right about that. But
because he's an immigrant to the United States.
Well, that's not the only reason. There's plenty of immigrants that are actually nationalistic, but whatever. I think it's his father's influence on him, because his father is a fucking frothing at the mouth internationalist.
Really?
Yes, he's a neoliberal. His father's a straight up neoliberal. But in any case, the damage that he's been sustaining over time. If I could get in the room with him, I'd be like, listen, dude. There's a cartel on the right, and no matter how big you think you are, they're going to fucking come for you. They're going to come for you, and they're going to work with the people that they've worked with in the past on the right. Or the cartel on the right is going to work with the people they work with on the left, and they're going to Alex Jones you. They're going to deep six your ass. It's coming. And it's really the thing that, like, I think that it has to be accepted on the right, and these people have to be basically witch hunted. They have to be found out, exposed, and then booted. It has to happen. It's going to happen eventually. In order for the right wing to actually take off and have any kind of chance at all, the dead weight, the anchor, the suppression force has to be ejected. But there just doesn't seem to be a lot of effort to actually exposing these people who obviously exist. People are just too willing to regard the left as like omnipotent. Like that's how they're getting the names. It's like, no, there's people on the right that are working with them.
Yeah. I'm just looking. So Crowder's channel, I think, is a fascinating thing because it's massive, right? It's big as the Young Turks, bigger actually, I think. And yet YouTube are basically systematically killing his channel, right? Yeah. So he used to, like, if you go back, I'm looking at Social Blade. So go back to 2019, January 2019, he's getting 20, 30, 40 million views a month, like between that sort of number. So about 30 million. And this is pretty consistent, about 30 million views a month, right up until May 2021. And then it goes down because he gets his first strikes, so he loses like a bunch of 5 million video views, and then then it's back up to 18 because he's off for 2 weeks or a week or whatever, and now he's down to 10 million views in the last month because of the strikes and stuff. And it's not that there's 1 month where he's not got a strike in September where he's got like 21 million views. So there's nothing wrong with his audience. It's there. It's just YouTube keep fucking him over, and it's destroying the metrics on his channel. Yeah, and like I say, I honestly think that it's the real elephant in the room in terms of our faction having a chance and basically evolving into the form where we can pose a greater threat to the left. That we have to expose these people on the right. Because they're just neoliberals. That's who they are. They're GDP worshippers. That's who these people are. Yeah, absolutely. And the problem is that they are diametrically opposed. They are pathologically opposed. I think this is a good way of actually explaining it, to nationalism. That's what they're against. Yes. They are not in favor of it. That's true. Yes. Well, it's not even that they're not in favor of it. They're against it. And well, let's do some more super chats. All right, sorry. Where are we? At least the right in general is not being pussies about Kyle Rittenhouse. The tame take he's had. The tame take is he's a hero, and a lot say he didn't go far enough. A lot of people are saying that.
Could this be a turning point in depussifying the right? Yeah, right. No. I mean, if he gets a shot on the steps of the courthouse, maybe. But if he just gets let off, I don't think so. It'll just be like, oh, defensive action, people, defensive, only in defense, guys. Whatever. In any case, do you disagrry with that, Carl?
I just disavow it. That's all. Moving on.
Okay. Louis. By the way, most of my super chats, what I love now is I can't say for what happens on your channel and with your company, but a lot of my super chats come in the form of being 650, 657, and I have a tremendous audience. That's all I'll say. Louis, glad to hear from my favorite glowy fed poster again. Koreatown has been an interesting experience. I had vegetarian ramen at an actual ramen shop, and a few days later I went to a Japanese tea house. Beautiful. You should visit sometime. Koreatown where? Anyways, Winter says we must secure an existence and homeland for our waifu, Taiwan included. Fuck off. Long live Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. Fuck Taiwan.
The Asians got thrown under the bus quickly there, didn't they?
Well, they're not voting rights. Let's put it like that.
Okay.
They need to figure their shit out or pick up a rifle and fuck off.
I think they will defend their island. I mean,
well, the Taiwanese or what have you, they will defend it, but in terms of like uber bourgeois Western Asians, they want the white man to go over there and die on the behalf of the Asians over there. So no, because whatever. I'll let that go. Carl, are you going to be appearing on Millennial? Millennial as in Yuletide. Louis, what about you? Also, any ideas of streaming with Razorfist? If somebody has a way of me contacting Razorfist easily, let me know. I'll get in contact with him. I'll stream with him. Because I think he's willing to stream with me. He talked about me in some stream he did, and someone else talked about me too on his stream. And he seems like he wants to stream with me, so I'll stream with him, but I need a way to contact him. New York Truckers Association says, I don't think a war with China is happening. I feel like the neolibs are stupid enough to go full nuclear strike, and we know how China would retaliate. I don't think so. I think that the neoliberals are too weak to ever do it. I don't think so. They nuke us before them. I'll say that. I think they nuke domestic Americans before they nuke the Chinese. The Get says the United States is a paper tiger. The U.S. military has technology and resources, but it lacks the one thing that would be needed the most in a hot war. Chads. I agree entirely. Jack says, with all this talk about relationships, how's the dating life going, Louis? Give me a break. Wife and I are still planning on our kid next year. Give Hispanic women a chance. They actually care about how they look and treat and how they treat their man. It's poggers. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I'll take that at its face value. Nerdy says, I noticed a soda machine in my apartment building's lobby raised their price from $1.75 to $2. My response isn't gonna be, let's go Brandon, it's fuck Joe Biden. Well, thank you there, Nerdy. Yes, there is inflation and it's demonstrable. Theo says, Sargon, please contact Uzulu. He hasn't been able to get to you since the removal of Cabal off of Discord, and he hasn't gotten roles in your server since. So there's a super chat for you to contact Uzulu.
Thank you.
Cowboy says, hope you can find another job soon, Louis, or they don't fire you in the first place. Sargon, hope you and your family are doing well. For $25 from Cowboy Curtis. Thank you, Cowboy.
Doing very well, thank you.
Cerno says, fabric of society. You mean the excuse they use to uphold bullshit obscenity laws, the same excuse they tried to use against video games until SCOTUS smackdown regulation of violent video games. Anti-porners are going to worsen internet surveillance. Probably yes, but there is some actual legitimate argument where because the porn companies have basically lost the plot, I think that the right-wing anti-porners are actually going to have a victory because of that. Because I think a lot of the porn companies that are following, some are, some aren't. Basically, Pornhub's the one that basically cleaned up a lot, although they still have things they have to do to actually basically prevent access to children. That's the big thing they need to do. Yeah, I think the anti-porn lobby is eventually going to take a victory. The Get says, whenever something happens that could radicalize the right, Ben Shapiro comes in to disavow and pacify them back into a neoliberal frame. To be his size and stay untouched, he's controlled opposition, definitely. And I agree with you entirely. I think that like I said, I think his role is suppression. I think that that's his role. And he is unbelievably big. He might be the biggest person on the right. In terms
Ben
of
Shapiro?
Yeah. In terms of commentary.
Well, maybe.
I think he's the biggest. And I think that that's not a mistake. Mortos...
Again, I don't like Ben Shapiro has been clever, and he is clever, and he's operated in a very savvy way. I've been following Ben Shapiro quite closely, just because of his tiff with Milo. And Ben, when him and Milo had this falling out, and Ben Shapiro left Breitbart, he didn't have much, to be honest. But he did work very hard, and he was canny. And they had a very savvy social media strategy on Facebook, and became very, very big because of it. And so, like, I think you might be ascribing intent to what is just Ben Shapiro's personality.
I really don't think that that's the case. I more or less, if I'm going to condemn him for anything, it's going to be from the perspectives that he takes that will ultimately leave the right wing toothless. Like, he is never not going to be the guy that's going to be defending the controlled opposition aspects to the right.
That's probably true. But again, I think that might be more about his personality than a deliberate strategy.
I think that even if the initial success that he has was garnered by his own ingenuity and his own merit and his own success, I think the phenomenal success that he has in shaping and framing right-wing opinion, I think that it is malevolent. I think at some point it has become malevolent. And I do deeply suspect him of working with a cartel on the right to suppress those that are not that will not bend the knee to the neoliberal paradigm.
Maybe.
Because I think that it's for multiple reasons, and I think one of those reasons is Israel. I think that one of those things that's going to come down to it is brass tacks when it comes to the nationalist movement is, why do we give a fuck about Israel? And that's something he's never going to let go of. Because the guy used to be an ethno-nationalist. He wrote articles about himself being an ethno-nationalist. You think that guy's ever going to give up on that? I'm not saying he's not. And like I said, I think that's his personality, though. No.
But I mean, maybe, who knows?
So yeah, it's one of the aspects of the right where it is something that is going to eventually be forced. It's going to be a forced issue where the argument's going to be, why do we give a damn about Israel? Why? Give us the argument. And they don't got one. They don't have
the American colony and outpost in the Middle East, isn't it? That's the argument.
Yeah, sure.
That's what they say. I'm not saying you need one. You know,
no,
but I thought Saudi Arabia was good.
Well, that's the thing. We have like a UAE, Saudi Arabia. We got half a dozen fucking vassal states or whatever.
I recall Ben Shapiro once saying, "Well, Israel's a big boy and can take care of itself," and I'm like, "Yep, that's how I feel about it." I totally agree with Ben. I think he's completely right. Let's do that.
Yeah, and I think that if if it ever came down to a bill in Congress, like let's say Marjorie Taylor Greene or somebody who's the right winger, came out with a bill that actually had teeth to it that could be passed, where there was a nationalist faction in Congress, it's the Nationalist Caucus, and they were going to pass a bill that would basically eliminate Israeli aid. Ben Shapiro would be burning at
he would
foaming at the fucking mouth.
We've got to go.
Fine.
It's nearly midnight.
All right, I'm just saying.
We're ranting about Ben Shapiro a lot, and I agree with you. He would, but he's also, there are clips that have made a rod for his own back there.
Yeah,
so
I'll leave it at this. I read his arguments where he basically argues in favor of Jewish ethnic nationalism. And since that point, my opinion on him has changed entirely. I don't think that something like that just goes away in a second because it's controversial from what you believe. So,
yeah.
Anyways, I asked this before, but this time, if you say the French were the good guys of the 100-Year War with no caveats, I'll become a paid subscriber of the Lotus Eaters. So
say again. Sorry, what do I have to say?
Gibbering Retard wants you to say that the French were the good guys of the 100 Years' War. It's just a categorical statement, and he'll subscribe to the Lotus Eaters.
Well,
how much? That would be my question.
No. It is true that the French were the good guys in the 100 Years' War. That is true. Yeah. We were attacking them.
Oh, that's right. You were raiding them, weren't you?
Oh, it's not that we were raiding them. It's that England, because of the Norman monarchy, England had feudal claims on much of France. And at one point, the English controlled...
they pressed the claim.
Yeah, 2/3 of France. Yeah, exactly. We were the ones pressing the claims and stuff. And so, yeah, from our perspective, it's fair to say that the French were the heroes and the good guys in the 100 Years' War. But it's not, by the same token, it's not illegitimate for the English to press their claims. So, but I mean, don't get me wrong. The way that the English press their claims, we were definitely the villains in the 100 Years' War.
Well, I guess,
that's what makes all the staggeringly impressive victories all the more. Well, no, seriously, we did like a 5-episode.
Yeah, I know. I've seen a decent chunk of it.
Have I given you an account on Lotus Eaters?
I don't think you have.
Oh, do you pay?
Are you going to give me one? Oh, yeah.
I'm happy to, as a friend of mine.
Okay.
Of course I am.
All right.
Send me across your email address and I'll get that sorted out.
All right.
But yeah, and the victories, they are so overwhelmingly like bad,
lopsided, decisive.
Yeah. Just totally. Like Agincourt, the French lose at least 10,000 nobles. The English lose about 100. The English lose about 100 peasants.
Oh my god!
Like it is so. And the thing is, this was like the 3rd or 4th great victory in this vein.
How was there? Were they? It was like like some sort of civilian slaughter, or were these like combatants on the field?
Oh, these were combatants on the field. This is
why the hell did they commit so many?
The same thing happened in Crécy and at Poitiers, where it's literally like tens of thousands of French are dying on the field, where a couple of English peasants die, and it's just it's just so bad.
Jesus, it's like they're like trying to lead some kind of crusade or something that they would have that many noblemen on the field.
Oh,
That's bizarre.
Yeah. Well, no, the noblemen were the fighters. They were the knights, right? They were the ones who were supposed to do the fighting, and it was honourable, and they wanted it. And the English had plenty of, they'd have like a few thousand of their own like knights and nobles there. But it's just a lot of people say, well, the English have just got a good tactic that works because of the terrain they choose. But at the Battle of Verneuil, that's not in play. The English archers don't have stakes, they don't have an uphill field position, and yet the English still defeat a much larger French army with massive casualties on the French side, and it's terrible for the French. So it's not just the scenario, it's not just the battlefield. There's something about the morale and the courage of the English that enables them to do this. But we were the villains.
I don't even know how you take France. It's so fucking huge.
Over about 100 years.
I guess. Well, I mean, ask the Germans. That's what you need to ask. How? How did you do it?
But the funny thing is, as well, is that essentially the end of the Hundred Years' War is God taking mercy on the French in the face of the English and say, "Okay, fine, I'll send a prophet to go and
Yeah,
lead
yeah,
your
yeah.
armies to victory." You know, that's from the perspective of the people on the ground. They genuinely thought Joan of Arc was speaking to God, and so they genuinely thought God is on our side, and so they start finally winning some battles. And it's just like,
I don't
okay,
know.
and in England, basically, England dissolves into a civil, descends into a
I don't
civil
really
war.
know how you have a female prophet. I mean, I would figure the Catholic Church would come in and regulate.
Hey, all I'm saying is God chose his vessel, and he was like, no, I need to save the French from the English because no one else is going to do it, and that's why the English lost the Hundred Years' War.
She wasn't
So
really a
yeah,
long
the French, the French were certainly the good guys there.
she wasn't around long. Eventually, they're like, "Hey,
No, she
why
wasn't.
do we have the psychotic bitch out here? Why do we listen to her?"
Yeah, that Charles actually like she got captured on some crazy raid, and by the Burgundians, and they were like, "Hey, Charles, do you want your profit back?" And he was like, "Nah." And so they're like, "Right, we're going to sell it to the English." He's like, "That's fine," and the English were like, "Great." So yeah,
Yep. Well, see that even doing that is kind of dangerous. Like, what if it actually, you know, really incited the French, and they were like, "No, we're coming now," and it's like,
yeah,
I don't know.
that was. I don't think they were too scared of that. The problem was essentially the will to war died in England because of a civil war,
Yep.
and so you know.
Anyways, where were we? So yeah, gibbering retard. You're gonna have to say whether that's good enough. I figure it was. I mean,
Yeah.
describing the English as the villains. I mean,
I mean, I don't see how
well,
much more
the
clear
thing
I
is
could
that could
get.
be a cop out because there's plenty of villains I like. One of the
Well,
things that reminds me
hey, he nenever said I wasn't allowed to like it.
yeah,
He just had, I had to say the French were the heroes or whatever it is, and they were.
somebody sent me a
They're
clip
good guys.
of like I started watching clips of what's it, The Mummy with Brendan Fraser.
Oh, yeah.
And the evil sorcerer chick, or like the princess, or whatever she was a fucking smoke show. So I was like, man, I'm on her side. Fuck you guys. Fuck you, Brendan Fraser. I'm on her side. She's fucking
Fucking
hot.
listen to Louis the Coomer. Fucking simp. Signs up to her OnlyFans. Fucking
Well,
hell, you collapsed quickly.
in the second movie, and I remember this from memory. She betrays whoever the bald mummy is. You know, that guy. She leaves him to die.
She does.
And he goes to hell. So I'm just saying, you know, at least in the, you know, canon version of the story, that, you know, I got a chance. The meme from Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying I got a chance?
Yeah. I'm not saying there's no chance. You know?
We bring her back a third time, and you're telling me you got a chance. Anyways, I gotta watch those movies again sometime soon. The CG hasn't lived up very well, has not aged well, but it seems
really
like a pretty
bad.
good-hearted adventure series.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fun. I remember enjoying them.
But yeah, that's all I gotta say. He sent me a clip, and he's like, "What do you think?" And I'm like, "Bro, she is a smoke show." Like, it's been a long time since I've seen this. When I was a kid, I was like, "Wow, she actually is really hot." She's like above board, just like better than anyone else in this movie. So yeah, I'm on her side, man. I don't care if she's evil. Anyways, where were we? Oh, come on.
Simp. Moving on.
Anyways, I think the only thing to stop the vaccine mandates is a mass general workers' strike. Well, that's not going to happen.
What happened in the air? It happened with the aircraft, didn't it? With the airplane.
It happened with Southwest and one other airline, and it eventually dissipated entirely. Southwest
I thought
is
they
still.
won. I thought they won.
I don't remember. I don't remember exactly. I just know that it dissipated. That's all I know. As in a large percentage of the workforce going John Galt, and I think it's entirely possible. I think you're delusional. We're the minority. We're the minority. People that don't want to get vaccinated. We're the minority, and the problem is there is no metric by which that our opposition can overstretch. There is, like, they could start kicking in fucking doors and vaccinating people, and the cattle of our society will support it. You know, it's just a fact of the matter.
Yep.
Where are we? So the anti-porners are gonna win. I never said that. I said they're gonna have a victory. Stop putting words in my mouth. Time to get an offshore VPN because the same systems that
You've still got a lot of Kuma left in you, I tell you.
Who? Me?
You, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you do. Yeah,
okay.
You do.
Okay.
Don't worry, we'll extirpate the Kumarism from you yet.
We'll see. What are you saying that as a direct result of me talking about the female from the Mummy?
Yeah, and the porn thing, and the
Oh,
the
come
hentai
on!
thing.
I really don't. I don't
Listen to the Kuma code. No, abolish. You're always going to be weak while you have these
All
vices.
I'm going to say is that everybody's a hypocrite, all right? Everybody's a hypocrite, so shut
the
up.
lost refuge of the Kuma.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah, I'm joking.
Anyways, the porn will be used to crush consent. I mean, they'll do it anyways. They don't need porn as an excuse. U.S. internet is going to be like China. I mean, yeah, but again, it's not going to be because of porn. I think you're really overselling it. I think it's just going to be like, well, fuck the right, therefore, we're going to have China net. Like, porn isn't necessarily a red herring, but in terms of censorship of the internet, it is, in my opinion.
I mean, but porn is a legitimate issue for young men.
Yes,
really
I think it's a vice. I think that it needs to be accepted as a vice, and that we need to basically come to terms about what can be done to sort of mitigate that factor. Because if it was a generation of men or generations of men that were like chronic chain smokers or something, we like everyone would be ready to fucking put people in gulags to stop it. Like, there's no compunction about using state power against smokers. So I just think that we at least need to have the conversation about porn being a vice. And it needs to start there. But I will say that if we're going to start taking action against men, equal if not greater action taken against women. Because they're the ones that need to be fucking... They need some goddamn discipline in their own. Way more than men. I think that... I honestly think that porn and gaming and whatever else is a direct symptom of, like, women becoming fucking... A certain percentage of women becoming radicalized and being taken off the marketplace.
Yeah, and not making demands of men, frankly. Like, men will basically do anything women demand they do.
Yeah. Yeah,
and if they don't make demands of these men, then they won't do
if you have, like, a good stereotype girl in a summer dress in a field of sunflowers, and
she's
says,
like, you're literally not going to hold my hand, until I've got commitment.
Hey, honey, please improve yourself a little bit, please. Like, 95% of men are going to say, fuck yes, anything you want.
Yeah.
But if it's some fucking fat, bloated cunt who says, give me money, fuck you, 95%, well, 70% of men are going to say, well, fuck you then. It's not worth it. And that's the problem. I think that honestly, porn and other things are a symptom of men who are just looking at the way things are and are just saying, and from your perspective of women just giving up on men, like just giving up and saying like, well, selfishly, well, I'm focused on me. I'm focused on me. So fuck
giving
men.
up on themselves. That's the problem. And it's not realizing that they should keep something sanctified.
Yeah. I think that's to do as well as, just if men are coming at you because they want that one thing, then it's basically the power you have and you should be using it for good. And if not for the men, which you should, because that's a compassionate thing to do, but also for yourself. But, I mean, whatever. I guess go be a fucking degenerate whore then and see where that gets you by the age of 30. Because at some point you're going to fucking figure out that, even if you can't admit to it, you're going to figure out that, like, oh, wow, basically I'm no longer getting my kicks from this, and fewer and fewer men are coming calling. And when he gets to the point where some of these women, they can't even give it away, it really tells you something. Mm-hmm. It really tells you something, that there's something deeper to just the material, to just this basic thing of, well...
young men are literally crying out for something other than just materialism.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just wish that, honestly, and this is where, put the patriarch hat on and say, like, women shape up. Because it's your dilemma that you need to figure the fuck out. Anyways. Koreatown in New York City, Louis, the one you could actually feasibly visit. Also, Millennial is something Millennial Woes puts on every year. Margot's Review, etc. show up and do streams at the end of the year. It's very festive. I've never heard of it.
Well, Millennial Woes is a white nationalist, and he got taken off of YouTube. And honestly, it's not that I don't want to talk to him. So I, on a personal level, as an individual, I like Millennial Woes. He's a really nice guy. I just don't agree with his political opinions. But that doesn't mean we can't have polite conversations. And we could, before YouTube went the way YouTube went. And so, honestly, I've said this to his face. I don't think it's politically safe for me to do so.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. Is that it's like nothing necessarily against him, but it would be used.
I've told him this personally, and he said, and his reply was, "Well, thank you. I appreciate you would say that, because it's not him personally. Because, like I said, I don't agree with his politics, but I'm friends with communists or some people. My sister's a communist, so I have to."
Jesus.
Yeah, I know, right? But the point is, I think that one of the things that we, the sort of human people, need to be able to do is distinguish a person from their politics. And I don't think there's any chance of changing their minds or de-radicalizing them if we don't, right? And so I always viewed my friendship with Millennial Woes in that way. And I know in some ways I have moderated him as well. But the thing is, just the way the politics is at the moment, it's too risky. I can't do it.
Well, there is the next super chat is someone telling me to fuck myself. It says, critical care here. The shit people say about vaccines is bonkers. The alpha variant vaccine holds a 30% efficacy against morbid or fatal DV symptoms, has no effect on infection prevention, and spreads the same. Sick of the politics in medicine. F you, Louis. And it's like, well, thanks for the money. Suck me off. How about that? Because I don't even understand why you're saying fuck you to me. I'm choosing not to get the vaccine. You go get it. You can go give it to people if that's your prerogative. It's not mine, so fuck you. How about that? Thanks for the money, though. Sniper's Nest with no message gives me $3. Ice says, have you seen the 2021 crime stats that released a month or so ago? Oh, God. Do I want to see them? If you split homicide criminals by race and remove unknown race from the equation, the number is 51%. That's actually down. 51% is down from 57. It was 57 the last time I saw.
What percentage?
657.
Is it 6 still?
Well, that's
because really.
Well, is
it old men doing that?
No, but the thing is that it's overwhelmingly young black men, and
yes. So you're looking probably at 3%, right?
Well, the thing is that I've seen people. There's a decent argument to say 13, that women actually do participate quite a bit in the violence, especially in New York City.
Directly, well, yeah, but they're not pulling the trigger often, are they?
They'll
get men to do
it. In Chicago gang warfare, it is overwhelmingly men, but in racial attacks, it really is 650 or 1350. It's honestly, there are a lot of women that participate in racial attacks.
Yeah. Fair enough.
All right. Anyways, so thanks for that. The super chat was 651. Gut says Kyle has seen the firsthand what the left can do and surely gotten death threats. Oh, dude, come on. Oh yeah, I'm sure he's gotten some death threats. Yeah, I'm sure.
I imagine he goes on social media.
I imagine he has a bodyguard, and that's the thing. He has no doubt has bodyguards leading him out of court, He's old enough to carry a permit now. The boy will be fine. You say that, but man, I'd have him in a goddamn Pope mobile. You know what I mean? Like, I'm telling you, man, if he gets off, the left are gonna fucking freak. Yeah. I'm telling you, it's not gonna be just screeching on Twitter. I think. Anyways, Gibbering Retard says, "Lol, that's good enough. You've got yourself a new customer, Benjamin. What makes me laugh is the Battle of Castillon. Castillon? I'm not sure how to say this.
How's it spelled?
Castillon. Castillon or Castillon? Or whatever.
Oh, yeah, this is at the end of the 100.
Yeah, see, Sir it's the final battle. Make the same fucking mistakes as the French at Anicourt and got pounded the sand.
Yeah, this was fucking stupid. Is this where Talbot was really reckless? Yes. So, like, totally, Talbot was being totally reckless, like, is pursuing a French army, then runs into them, and he only has, 3,000 men actually in the battle, and they're attacking, and it goes horribly wrong, and it's because he's a fucking idiot.
Well, all I can say is that I can't really speak to the 100 Years' War, but from my understanding of the Three Kingdoms War, the fall of the Han Empire, being reckless might work in a few ways, but if you do it at length, you're just going to get yourself fucking killed. And then you lose. So being reckless in warfare, to me, is not a winning strategy. You can get away with it once or twice, but if you go with that as your strategy, you're going to get walloped and probably die. Because it seems like tacticians are the ones that win fucking wars. They're the ones that actually win wars. In any case, Tim Riggs says, "Been a long time, Louis. Don't have much time for streams anymore, but glad to see you're still continuing to keep it up. Porn, like most addictive substances that just give you pleasure as users see it, can only be hidden, can't be stopped. Can only be hidden, can't be stopped." I think he's basically saying that, like, prostitution is the world's oldest vice, or whatever the expression is.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, he's probably right. I don't think it can be banned, but I think we need a sort of cultural attitude toward it.
I do think that there needs to be, like, a cultural revolution as it relates to the different vices we have in our society, and it seems like that the issue is I will argue that in large part, especially with young men, there is an aspect of, like, poor upbringing that leads to porn use, and ease of access, obviously, but I think that it is in many ways a symptom of bad gender politics. I think that that's the primary contributor to why a lot of young men are choosing porn. People blame ease of access.
There are lots of reasons, I think.
Yeah.
But
we are in the minority, but we are the productive minority, hence the John Galt reference. I understand what you're saying, but a lot of people on the right are just fucking cattle. Nerdy says, "Get rid of the state-enabled gold digging, child support and alimony, divorce laws make marriage too risky. Why would I marry a woman when they could divorce me and get my life and give me a life sentence versus alimony laws?
They are all things that need to change. I agree.
State-enforced slavery of women's exes needs to stop." Yeah, I mean, there is that, but if you had to give me a choice between one and another of fundamentally changing divorce laws or alimony laws, child support laws, whatever, like family court stuff, versus fundamentally changing the attitude of especially white women, I'm going with the latter every fucking time. That to me seems to be the biggest fucking problem. Because I'm not even joking when I call for the total shutdown. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I'm just trying to get my job done with women. Like, I'm asking them questions. I'm going through the rigmarole of my job. And all of a sudden, they just snap into this fucking cunty attitude with me. It's like, what are you doing? Like, I'm just trying to do my fucking job. What is wrong with you? And as much as people have a stereotype about black women, the biggest problem I have at my job is white women. They're just so disproportionately
believe it.
cunty for no reason.
Remarkable opinions of themselves.
Anyways,
Moving on.
my only advice for these women is that they really commit to the gym and dieting and sobriety. It takes years of hard work to be a MILF. Well, I would say that MILF is cope.
Yeah.
MILF is cope.
Yeah.
On the porn thing, I think that websites should legally have to denote somehow that the page is 18 plus, and browsers could filter those websites in a kids mode. Basically, an enforced label on content that can be optionally filtered. Snipers says, first message delete itself. I don't see anyone. I think Carl should convince you to talk to Don the Pleb. We've been over this for a long time. I don't care.
Have you not spoken to Don the Pleb?
I can't. I've talked to several people over the years. I don't remember if I have or haven't.
Yeah, he's a really good, really interesting chap, like hardcore culture warrior.
All right. Medical J says, I give you the money because I hate you, Louis. Now take my money, asshole. Well, thank you, Medical J. I'm not even sure why you have a bone to pick with me about vaccines. But, like, what misinformation or whatever the fuck have I spread on my channel? I don't even know if I've made a video about any of this shit. So I don't know what your issue is. But thanks for the money, fuck you. No Name says, your Zoomer video missed a key demographic, the actual racists. I'd say 12 to 25% of white Gen Zers have been radicalized by the left into being bigots, including me. Oh, shit.
Right, let me know if it's 75%. Because it's 75% of communists at the moment. So.
Yeah.
I did stress that it was.
Well, I said it that like
it was literally like less than 25%.
Some percentage of Gen Z or Gen A are going to be like straight up race fascists.
Sure, they are, but they're going to be such a small minority they'll just get censored out of existence.
Yeah.
It won't matter.
Yeah, I agree with you about that. Especially the white ones. The black ones are going to have a fucking.
Oh yeah. Well, they'll be left wing. No,
yeah.
They are left wing anyway. Obviously, you know, the fascists are left wing.
They're going to have a hell of a
time.
They'll
be Democrats.
Yeah, they'll have a hell of a time making a lot of money on that up until I think eventually that money's going to dry up because they're now they can't rely on the cattle anymore. Now they're relying on the corporations.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, we got to speed this up. I'll give you another 10 minutes to go to bed.
Zoomer, anyways, white women, this is from Tim. White women get that cunty attitude because they have decades of law-making simps giving them power over people via laws and the judiciary. When was the last time making laws more balanced between women and men was even discussed? Well, I don't even think it's that. I don't even think it's the laws. Like, I think that too is a symptom. Like, I just think it's basically the pretty princess syndrome. Like, women are being raised to just be overwhelmingly narcissistic, thinking themselves to be like this Snow White creature who is perfect.
It's the self-importance, right? And it's the self-importance that's come from literally every institution not only being institutionally weighted in your favor, but telling you that you're disadvantaged. And so you're advancing with ease, thinking that this is hard mode.
Yeah.
And looking contemptuously on the men who are around you who are actually playing on like ultra hard mode and still kicking your ass.
Yeah. I think no greater example of that than the absurd nature of colleges now being represented majority by women, and women are still being given deferential treatment in colleges.
Yeah,
it is
affirmative
absurd.
Action for majority. Brilliant.
It is ridiculous. And the next super chat is for 651 from Hunter, who says, "Kill yourself, Louis. Take my money." Well, thank you, especially for the super chat of 651. But yeah. Oh, there's another article I didn't even get to.
What was it?
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. It's an article for the fucking Hill that's called "Should We Surrender to China Now and Just Get It Over With?"
Oh, DM me that. Holy shit! DM me
and this is actually like a legitimately good article. by some
Damn
like
it.
it's some
Damn it,
black-pilled
Carl.
neoliberal. Some black-pilled neoliberal. He's like, fuck it, we're done. We're done. Fuck it all.
I told you.
So he's basically saying, like, the retards have taken power. We can't defeat them militarily. We're fucking done.
I mean, is he wrong? This
No.
is what I've been saying.
And dude, he just got shit on by everyone for this article. Everyone
good.
shit on this guy.
Even though but that's good. I mean,
but he's right though. He
is right. He is right, but we should. I mean, how many articles do you think in Chinese papers are published? Should we surrender to the Americans and get it over with?
0.
Yeah, exactly.
Less than none.
That's important. Like, we shouldn't be publishing articles like that, I think.
No, I want the
that
force.
wouldn't have been
this
my
issue.
editorial stance.
I'm forcing this fucking issue. I'm in favor of the neoliberals coming out and saying we're fucking, because dude, this guy worked for Reagan and George H.W. Bush. This guy is a dyed-in-the-wool fucking neoliberal. And the Bush administration, the W. Bush administration.
Clearly an experienced man, knows what's going on, and is like,
dyed-in-the-wool neoliberal. And he's basically, like, clapping his hands, like, casino style, saying, we're done. This is done. We're over. And this is him conceding the fact that the neoliberal paradigm has failed, that it's done. It is on its last legs. It's going to fucking die. And I agree. I agree entirely that this is true. That with the neoliberal paradigm, if it ever came down to it, we would lose against China.
Yep.
And the fact is that we're so degenerate and immoral, we deserve to lose. We deserve to lose because what the fuck are we fighting for?
Why do you deserve to win? That's the question.
That's the question. And it doesn't necessarily, like, the stupid argument is, well, the Chinese are evil, blah, blah. It's like, okay, fine, but that doesn't necessarily then mean that we're good. It doesn't mean that we're immoral, we deserve anything. Like, it's, I'm so sick of it. And that's why people in the chat, they're going like, no, base Taiwan. It's like, why? Like, are we, if, let's say...
Well, I'm not an expert. But I've seen suggestions that Taiwan might be able to fend them off on their own.
Fine. But my argument is, if Taiwan just becomes another vassal state of the United States, it becomes another Puerto Rico or whatever, will we improve it?
No.
So what? Like, I mean, that's the whole thing. I want more people to ask that question because it's like, we're actively, like, the vassal states that we actively have in this world, we're just harming them. And I'm just sick of it. Like, we're like sadists. And I can't stand it.
Spreading human rights and democracy, Louis.
Oh, is that what it is? Spreading human rights. Oh, okay.
Went really well in Afghanistan. Maybe you should try somewhere else.
Well, I argued with people at work about this. We're basically talking about what would happen if the Mexican government collapsed. And I said we would, in a second, we would be over there organizing a new government. We would be doing exactly what we did in Iraq in Mexico. And they were like, oh, you're crazy. You're out of your mind. And I'm like,
why?
You guys are fucking retarded.
Do you think, why wouldn't they? But more importantly, why wouldn't they think that the Mexicans would be in favor of that? The Mexicans are like, oh, good, the government's collapsed. Now we've got literally no law and order at all. Like, what Mexicans are going to be in favor of that?
I don't understand what their perspective is because they couldn't actually, none of them. I debated 3 people on the topic at work.
Yeah.
And they all thought I was crazy for saying that we would intervene in a second.
I bet a significant number of Mexicans would like the United States to intervene with the cartels and gangs.
Well, it's more to do with the question of would it happen, and it's like we learned no lessons at all from Iraq and Afghanistan. No lessons were learned, and you're telling me we have a failed state on our southern border, like legit failed state, and the neoliberal order isn't going to intervene when women are getting raped on the streets and blah 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 blah. Like, they're not going to intervene. And I couldn't understand their perspective, and they couldn't understand mine, but it was like, I don't know what world you're living in, but, like, world shaping, nation building is literally part of the ethos of the neoliberal paradigm. Why would we not?
I don't know what the incentive to not do it would be.
Because it would cost too much money, or
even any sane state, if their neighbor suddenly collapses, will at least try and do something to help. Because when your neighbor collapses, you get a bunch of problems out of that.
Yeah, well, you get refugees to begin with.
Well, exactly, and then you've lost trading partners. You've got like it's somewhere that you.
Well, that's what I said to him. I said, do you realize how much production it goes on between, trade and production in Mexico with the United States, and they just dismissed it. And I was like, really?
There are loads of incentives for any nation to get involved when their neighbor collapses in all times and all places. So, the idea that the Americans wouldn't is just like, okay, I don't know why. I mean, they'd love to.
Yeah. It would be something like, it would give the neoliberal paradigm basically a mission where they could point to this for the people and say, don't look at us. Don't look at the fact that we're a failing paradigm. What about the Mexicans? We gotta go save them and defeat the terrorist cartels. It would be Iraq 2.0. Yep. And the fact is, like, 30% of people would fall for it in a second. They wouldn't need any arguments.
At least you guys have got a much better understanding of the Mexicans than you did the Iraqis.
Yeah, you would think. You would think. But Jesus Christ, I don't know. I don't know, man. I mean,
there are literally millions of them enriching your country. You do.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, where were we? So I'll when you have a chance tomorrow, wherever, when you have a chance, you should read this fucking article. You should read it.
Yeah, no,
it's a very good article.
Cover it on the podcast or something.
Go ahead, because a lot of people. You got to understand that I saw unanimous for everyone that I saw linking this article. Unanimous hatred, scorn, disagreement. No one, absolutely no one that I saw, anyone, even considered anything that was said in the article. Just think about that and then read it.
Yeah.
Think about that and then read it, and then just consider it.
We've been doing videos about this on the Lotus Eaters for a while, because I'm genuinely, legitimately concerned about the decline of the American military. It's become palpable. It's like, I mean, and I grew up as a forces brat. Well, I lived on military camps, so I consider myself at least vaguely familiar with what a well-regulated military looks like. And honestly, I was looking at the American military, and that's not how I'd do it.
All I can say is that from my perspective, I am in favor, and it's because from my perspective of international relations...
You're an accelerationist. Yeah.
No. I am in favor of a unipolar model. I'm in favor of American hegemony. But the fact of the matter is our hegemony good or bad? Is it good or is it bad? Is it productive or is it destructive? Is it making societies better or worse? And if it is going to just be categorically fucking worthless, evil, degenerate, it serves no one's interests except for the technocratic eunuchs, the elite. If that's the only people benefiting from this, then fuck it. And additionally,
the friends of Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah. If they're the only ones who stand to benefit, and the people who basically bask in the sunlight as American men and women, roll my eyes, but they are dying too, but American men are dying by the thousands to defend them. If they're just basking in the sunlight, and I point not just to Europe, but I'm pointing my finger at Europe, that Russia would be raping all of you people if it weren't for us. Russia and a few other people.
Someone in the chat asked, well, have the Taliban stopped growing? The Taliban are actually having a really bad time, because sometimes you've got to be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Because it turns out that, taking over a country isn't as easy as managing a country.
Yeah.
And Afghanistan's economy is so bad that parents are selling their children into slavery now.
Yeah.
So, the Taliban are essentially done. They're just, going to sit on a crippled country forever. Well,
Yeah.
probably until they get overthrown, but like,
Yeah.
you know, that's it. Okay, Afghanistan has no problem with.
Well, they didn't have a plan. All they had
No.
was we're gonna outweight the Americans, and therefore we win.
Yeah.
They did that, and it's like, well, now what? And they got nothing.
Their plan was implement Sharia. It's like, okay, well, you've implemented Sharia, but now you've got no money. What now?
Yeah.
And they don't know.
But in any case,
bad luck.
when it comes to American hegemony, and I think that should it ever occur that American hegemony just falls, it just fails. We lose, like, there's some kind of proxy war or there's a direct war, and America's fucking done. And it comes to its presence in the world. Europe, it's going to be like that fucking meme of the black guy surrounding the white girl on the couch. Europe is going to get fucking raped. Everyone's kind of come for it. Everyone. And they're going to be...
Who's everyone exactly? What are you picturing?
The Middle East, Turkey, Russia, Asian nations, they're coming. And
okay, so I've got a few points that I'd like to make there, right? So Turkey is a concern. I don't think they're going to invade. Europe is actually still a big place with lots of people in it. I don't think they're going to invade, but I think they'll wage a kind of covert war of position, right?
Yes.
But they've been doing that for years anyway, so that's nothing.
Yeah, well, in the case of Russia, Russia's winning.
They are winning their war of position. I would be very surprised if they tried an invasion. Now, I'm not saying they can't, but the thing is, countries with a shrinking population tend not to be able to sustain wars.
True. Russia's not in good shape in its own right.
No, it's not. And it would be just better for Russia to continue to advance its geopolitical position for at least the next couple of generations. It's going to take decades for Russia to get to a really quite serviceable point where it can become more than just a regional power. And so, I don't think... I'm not that worried about them, but it's the slow drip, drip, drip of constant advantage swinging to them away from Europe.
At least from my perspective, I see a great deal of Europe as old, debt-riddled, and just generally just self-indulgent, focused on nothing, specious nonsense, and totally unprepared for any kind of action against them.
I mean, that literally describes all of Europe, apart from Poland and Hungary.
Yes. There are exceptions, obviously, and I think that if something major happened to the UK, I think that honestly, you still have the potential to actually snap into some kind of serious perspective. But countries like Sweden and others, they're done. They're fucked.
Sweden. Well, the Scandinavian countries. They're done since like the 16th century.
Well, I more than just them, but the people with the same perspective as them, they're done, and there's nothing really holding the hordes back other than NATO, which is basically just supported by the United States. Yeah, and if
America and Britain are literally the only people who meet their commitments.
Well, the thing is, if America basically was crippled, who would be left but the UK? Who would be left?
Yeah.
Is France going to go out there and wage war? Is France going to step up or some shit? Like, even with Germany, like...
So,
go ahead.
The French, I actually think the French might.
I don't know, man.
No. Have you been following French politics?
I've been following it, but they're so internally fucked up, like... I don't think they could fight a war and win that shit.
I think they would at least be able to try, right? And that I mean, it depends who they're against as well. I think they could beat Russia or Turkey. I think they could do it. Because the French are essentially an entirely autistic nation, and they've got a very weird view of themselves. That even while their country is ravaged, they've got this idealistic view that supersedes all of that, right? Yeah. And so, like, they've got this sort of a priori idea of what French is, which in some ways I'm jealous of, but in other ways it's obviously ridiculous. But it means that for La République, I think that a lot of Frenchmen would die. I mean, they have in previous eras.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying they wouldn't die, but I mean, depending on who their enemy was, they have an entire fucking mob in their country of traitors and spies and agents waiting to go. So they have a literal domestic insurgency waiting to go.
Yeah, I
If
mean, we
not
call those
already.
people Huguenots, right?
Yeah, well, I just
teasing.
If they went with, if depending on who their war was against, I would say that would be so crippled at home that they would experience so much sabotage, I don't think they could win. That would be what I would say. So, yeah. I mean, they're not in a great spot domestically, but I mean, It seems that they've realized what the issue is. It's whether or not they have the will to make the change.
There's this far-right pundit who's like more radical than Le Pen, who's got a higher rating, a popularity rating at the moment than her. I can't remember his name offhand, but he came out of essentially nowhere because he's just like, no, fuck it, I'm going to do it. And I think he's Jewish as well, which makes it even funnier because they can't be like, you're an anti-Semite. And so he's just basically like a radical French nationalist, and he's like, I don't give a fuck. And I've seen reporting on him, and they're fucking furious about him, so he must be doing something right.
All right, well, hopefully he wins power and restores the monarchy and just fucking gets it done over there, because that's apparently what it's going to need doing. Anyways,
save thyself, friend.
My vaccine rant wasn't at you, just me venting, but I love you talk dirty, tell me to fuck up again. Please, good pastor, I'll give you 3 altar boy Hail Mary in the alley. Woo. Get away from me, you fag.
I love the fact that you took it personally.
Well, I don't know. I didn't understand what he was saying. He said it literally ended by "F you, Louis." So how else am I supposed to take it? I
hate to say this, man, but I'm gonna have to get it back.
All right.
Responsibilities and all that. But lovely talking.
Well, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully, people enjoyed this as much as they did the last one. I don't know. I think the last one was probably better than this one.
Yeah, but the chat's going, a French Algerian Jew, and he's like an ultra nationalist. It's like, yes, I'm just like that Jack Nicholson gif, just like, yes, come on, let's have it.
French ultra nationalists, man, better look out for that one. That sounds like it's going to be pretty autistic.
The only thing that would be better is if he's transitioned, right? So literally, there's nothing on which they can attack him. He's not white. He's not male. He's not straight. He's not cis. He's Jewish. You can't. He's from Algeria. You can't say a fucking thing, and he's like "Vive la France," right? That's the funniest. And like for him to win on an ultra nationalist position would be fucking hilarious. Fucking hilarious.
Well, hopefully,
and well, I say hilarious, but like hilarious until bad things start happening. Obviously.
All right. If they're gonna call, if they're gonna call him a tyrant, I expect to see some tyranny. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I mean they've had a few. They know what it looks like, so
anyway, be sure before you go to read that article if you get a chance.
Oh, I'll do it tomorrow or whenever I'm next on the podcast. I don't know.
All right.
On tomorrow. But anyway, right, take it easy, man.
Yep.
Bye.
Thanks for stopping by, man. All right, so I'd like to thank Big Man Sargoni, Big Man Sargon, the Don of Swindon, for showing up tonight and having a good chat. Don't know if it was as good as last time, but hopefully you guys appreciate it. I thank him very much for doing this short notice, because I was pretty insistent that we actually stream, because I'm sure he has a lot going on. But I just had an overwhelming amount of people demanding that I do a stream with him. So that's what I, did. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Hopefully you guys appreciated it. Because I had to push him to get him on here, and I'm glad that he showed up and did it. What's the other super chat? The Gut says, the short time I spent on dating apps, which no man should ever be on, I just go to ethnicity filters and uncheck white. It's sad because I also meet, when I'm at work, I also happen to run into some very, wife grade white girls. But it is simply disturbing. Like, there is an equal number of wife grade girls to cunts. It is nuts with white women. Like, you're gonna have some nice, playful, like soft spoken, some very cute girls, and I meet them at least several times a day. I interact with them while doing my job, and I can tell that this is just a good girl, just cute, feminine, but then, boom, in comes through the door some malignant fucking cunt. And it's just like, God damn, why are so many white girls like this? Why? Literally, 2 to 1. Like, it's got to be even greater, like 4 to 1. For every black woman who I interact with who's rude, which, you know, it's not exactly uncommon, it's like insane how many more white women are just fucking rude to me for no reason at all. It's just unbelievable. So thanks for the super chat, Geth. The day America will end is the day the Gib checks start bouncing, and it won't be whites ending it, will it? Well, I mean, that's an interesting perspective. Hunter says, can you say head on over to J-List in your voice? You used to shill in your old videos. Like I already said earlier, my voice hurts. I appreciate the super chat, but not for tonight. My voice hurts. I can't do it. I physically can't do it. I'm over here with my gimpy arm in a wheelchair saying I can't. My voice hurts, so I can't. Because that literally damages my voice when I do that voice. If we do get into a hot war, we won't even have an army to send. A lot of our young are now immigrants. And it will be a mad dash back over the border if the draft came. I do expect that. If they did implement the draft, I do think that people will be shocked at the number of immigrants that just scamper away. It's like, no, not my poor Juan. No, not him. And they just leave. They just straight up leave. They take their bags of money they got extracted from the country, and they just straight up leave. It would not surprise me if it totaled in the millions. It would not surprise me. Because while there is a decent proportion of people who are joining the military who are non-white or of mixed race, I've noticed that a lot of these Gen Zers are mixed race, or some percentage are non-white. But I do think that out of fear, a lot of people would leave. And that's why I say reinstate the draft, because it would be a blessing in disguise. Anyways. The guest says... Okay, that was the last super chat. Alright, are we caught up on super chats finally? I guess we are. Well, we still got the crowd in here. Everyone hit the like button. So, we haven't ended this just yet. Hit that fucking like button. This video needs the likes, people. Needs the likes to stay on YouTube. That's not the button I'm looking for. That is. Alright, there we go. So hit that fucking like button, and thank you everyone tonight for the super chats. I very much appreciate it. Gonna definitely need it soon, I think. And once again, I'd like to thank Carl for stopping by. I'll be sure to send him a private message later thanking him. But I just did this because people were demanding it so much. There was so much demand for Sargon to come back on and do another chat with me. So I was like, all right, we got to do something. People are yelling, like, do it, do it, do it. I got so many messages. So fucking many messages to come do another comment or another stream with them. So I want to see that reflected in the likes over here, all right? So like that fucking video, please. Like the video. There is no monetization on this channel, chat. There is no monetization. I can't do super chats. I can't monetize any of my videos. There is no such thing as monetization on my channel. It's been demonetized for a very long time at this point. Give me an N and I'll like the stream. Alright, well, like the stream, you fucking nigger. How about that? How about like this fucking stream? Stop being a nigger and like the stream. Is that good enough? Is that good enough for you fucking people? You beings in the chat? Hopefully that is enough for people to like this fucking video, because it took some angling to get this going. Yeah, people in the chat, Uriah Wright says, hit that like button, gibbers. I agree. It's exactly right. And if it should be, I should remember to ask. I think the guy's name was Kieran, something like that. Maybe I'm wrong, but the guy who emailed me about Persona 4 on PC, email me back. I sent you a couple emails in return. You never sent anything to me. So if that's the name of the guy, if you're remembering, all right, the guy who messaged me, emailed me about Persona 4, you got to message me back. Second stream, I'm asking that, so please do if you're listening. So yeah, I'll turn this over to the chat. If there's anything else that you got, let me know, and we can get to it for a topic. But we've been going for almost 4 hours, and I gotta go out and eat and then go for a jog. That's what I plan on doing next. Going out, getting something to eat, and going for a jog. Austrian Robot says, "Yo, if you get axed, can we expect some more consistent content? If you started something up, I like to subscribe to I'll make a Subscribestar account." I don't know. I mean, honestly, it depends on several factors. I've been really weighing what my options are if I lose my job. The problem with this is that if I was able to collect unemployment, you may have had like a really solid chance of me just doing YouTube and fucking around and saying, yeah, fuck the government, fuck Joe Biden, you can't touch me, give me the Gibbs, and I'm gonna do YouTube. But the problem is now that they've taken that card away from me, and now that my parents have both basically lost their fucking minds, like, I'm basically staring down a bulldozer, and, you know, everyone is expecting me to blink, and it's like, unfortunately, I'm probably just gonna get rolled over. And I'm kind of just, you know, smoking a cigarette and making peace with the fact that I'm gonna get fucking demolished. And you gotta remember, I got $1,000 fucking nut every month that I gotta pay to a credit union for my mortgage. So, it's more like 900, but, you know, about a grand a month that I gotta pay just for a mortgage. And while I don't really make much at my job, I do make enough to pay that mortgage. And that's the issue that I face with losing my job so suddenly. Yeah, I should have mentioned it tonight. I should have asked Carl if he's willing to hire me, because he's not enforcing his vaccine mandate. So is that, you know, hire Louis? Get a hashtag going, hire Louis over at the Lotus Eaters. Winter says, can you live stream a loli game for us? Well, I did. I technically did. Any game that I've played where you have an underage protagonist that's female, like, isn't, I forgot how old Alex was in Life is Strange True Colors, but wouldn't she technically be a loli? Technically. But I don't really know of any loli games in particular. As far as I know, like, loli games are not really, they're like, especially in English, there's not really that many of them. There's different visual novels that have lolis in them. Like, I played Steins Gate Zero, and one of the characters, the central characters in that game, is a loli. But well, technically, she's only really a technical loli because she's like older than Christina, or whatever the name of the character is that's dead in Steins Gate Zero. But there's a lot of, visual novels where there's a technical loli in it. But like Persona 5 had a loli in it. I don't remember her name, but she's either the daughter or the granddaughter or some relation to the guardian that takes you in the game. She lives with him, and she's like a computer nerd and shit. She's a loli. So a lot of Japanese stuff have technical lolis in it, but it's not really loli games. So thanks to the super chat there, Winter Phoenix. But yeah, that's my answers. There's not really very many loli games. The Get says, do you think it's a legit strategy, what I said earlier? I know if you're in a Kyle Rittenhouse style shooting, flee to the reddest state you can and dare the police to come to you. I don't know. I don't know what the strategy is. The strategy is flee the country or get fucked in the ass by our judicial system. That's your choice. Flee to the red state, you're going to get extradited. You're going to get arrested. They're going to call you a terrorist. They're going to send in the FBI. You're going to get arrested. You're going to get deported to whatever courthouse that is going to fuck you. They're going to send you to prison. You're going to get ice picked by some freaking guy named Tyrone before he fucks you in the ass. And you're going to be dead. That's my answer. Someone says Haru, which I think is the rich girl from Persona 5. No, I think, I don't know, it depends on people's arguments about what is or isn't a loli, but the only lolis that I'm aware of in Persona 5 are what's it called, the Kuhai or whatever it is, the underclassman in Royal. She's a technical loli, and she looks like one too, and, whatever her name is, Fudabu or Futaba, whatever her name is, in Persona 5, the computer geek, she's a loli. But yeah, Geth asking questions about strategy of what you should do if you get in a Rittenhouse situation. Flee to another country that doesn't have an extradition treaty with the United States or face getting rammed in the ass. Is it Kohai? Is that it? Oh, and the twins! I forgot about the twins. What's the name? The one is Justine. What is the other one from Persona 5? What's the other loli, eye patch wearing, the Cyclops lolis in the Velvet Room? Is it the Velvet Room or is it the Blue Room? I think it's the Velvet Room. But, the one is Justine. And I don't remember the other one. So yeah, those are the other lolis in Persona 5. I forgot about that. Caroline. That's what it is. Caroline in the chat. Caroline. That's such a weird name, too. Yep, those are lolis. Those are lolis. Because they aren't just, like, super short. They actually are, like, super young. I'm pretty sure they say that in the game. So they actually are like the truest form of what a loli is, like someone who's literally that young. In any case, the guest says, okay, and let the community protect me and let the feds do a Waco 2 on the MAGA chuds on TV for everyone to see. You won't be defended. Geth, you're alone, my man. You're alone. Waco 2.0 is going to be you standing alone, basically getting sniped. Like, that's going to be about it. They're going to shoot your dog, they're going to shoot a random civilian, and then they're going to kill you. So, I wouldn't advise it. I wouldn't advise getting in any Waco standoffs with the government. Yeah, are we done talking about random lolis? Are we done with that? And Persona 5? Shuffle exclamation point has a loli? I don't even know what that is. There's plenty of games that have lolis. Any loli is such a large category that there are many games that have technical lolis in it. So I don't really know what to tell you. Oh, man. Hey, that's the way it works. People in the chat are like, no, not the dog, not the heckin' doggerino. It's like, no, that's the way it works, right? They shoot the dog, they shoot a civilian, then they shoot you. That's the way the federal government operates. Start a GoFundMe to get Louis out of New York. Please, by all means, buy me out. Get me the fuck out of here. By all means. Anyways, is there anything left before we actually end it? Is there anything left, people, before we end this? Because I do need to go get something to eat and go for a jog. It doesn't seem like it. I think you guys are tapped. I think you guys are done. Go to Hawaii. Are you crazy? I guess that's the biggest. That's the right's biggest problem. Leftists attack us, then we submit to the justice system. Stop surrendering and make them put their lives on the line for every arrest. Well, the problem is, especially with cops, they're just going to send the empty-headed fucking chuds to the right-wing chuds to go get you. Police are heavily right-wing, and they will follow orders to come get you because they believe in the system. They work for the system. They believe in the system. They'll just come kill you. Being a martyr doesn't work. It doesn't work. So yeah, I wouldn't advise it. You have to think tactically. You have to think like a fucking snake in the grass. And a snake in the grass would not expose themselves to get killed. So, yeah. Surrendering is your only option. Getting bail and then getting the fuck out is pretty much what you got. How many people in my office smoke joints? Definitely at least 3. Definitely 3, but probably more smoke weed. I mean, 2 of my coworkers drink at the job on the job, so I'm not exactly. Not everyone I work with is a fucking winner. Travel up to northern Canada. Live in the wilderness. What is this fucking Frostpunk? Shut up. Move to Canada. I already live in New York. Why don't you tell me to go move to California? What are you talking about? Move to Canada. Ugh. That's not a plausible fucking scenario that anyone would do. I don't have a plan B if I get shit canned. Sorry, chat. No plan. Just look for a job. That's pretty much my plan B. It's all I really have going for me is just get shit canned and look for a job. And hope I can find some place that's not going to be mandating the vaccine to get hired. That's about it. You know, unless one of you guys want to step up and pay me like 30 grand a year, you know, I pretty much have to look for a job. I got no choice. Anyways, it doesn't look like there's much else going on, so once again, I'm going to have to insist everyone like the video. We need people to like this fucking video so it can actually be seen by others. Potato King says, I'll upgrade my gold premium if you can get Louis Le Vau on as a regular guest. Maybe some Louis late night with Carl for the spicy hot takes. I agree with this. This is a good take. So I'll put this on screen. If you're over on Gettr, you need to give this a good like right here. Look at this. This deserves right here. Big thumbs up for this take. This is a good thing. You should let's repost this. And I'm gonna what was it, Carl? Actually, I remember how to fucking send people messages. Where? How do you send messages on this platform? Oh, it's at Carl Benjamin. I don't know why it didn't autocomplete. Alright, let's do this. There we go. It's gonna at Carl Benjamin. Hire me. Hire me. Done. Hire me, Don Carlos. There you go. Go give this a huge thumbs up over on Gettr. Gotta thumbs this up. Gotta retweet or whatever. Repost, whatever the fuck it's called in Gettr. Gotta get that going. Yep, like it up. Get some big likes in the chat. Like it up. Yep. Anyways, I think we might be done. I think it might be, time to go get myself some food. Go have a cigarette and get some food. Go for a jog. Anyways, thanks. I'll end this up by saying thanks once again for Carl Benjamin, good old Carl, good old Sargon, for stopping by tonight. I appreciate the short, the last minute, getting together of this and setting this up and participating. And I did it because so many people demanded from the last stream that we do this again, and I'm glad that we could actually do it. Very glad that we managed to do it at short notice. So thank you to Carl for doing that, and thank you guys, for wanting it and caring and demanding that we do it again. So I appreciate that as well. I also like to thank everyone who sent out a Streamlabs chat tonight, a so-called super chat on Streamlabs tonight. Thank you for everyone who gave me money tonight, even those of you who told me to go fuck myself. Thank you for the money. The one guy who told me to kill myself, thank you for the money. It's appreciated. Always want it. Always desired. Gonna definitely need it probably by the end of the month when I get shit canned. And also big thanks to everyone in the chat who might not have enough money in their own regard to support me on Subscribestar, which you should do. But if you don't have the money, don't do it. But thank you everyone who does. And but for those who weren't able to super chat tonight on Streamlabs, for those who weren't able to support me on Subscribestar, thank you for those who at least put a like on this video. That's the least you can do. That's the least you can fucking do, people, is like this fucking video. Like the video and help other people that subscribe to my channel actually see that there has been a video put up. Because it seems like that's been the problem people been having is, wait, like, oh, you got banned on Twitter, now how do I know you're sending out videos, because I'm not getting it on YouTube. So that's been a problem. But if you like this video, you comment and all that, it seems like people have an easier time finding it and being able to watch it and not have problems. So thanks for that. And all I can say is that I do have some ideas for what can be done in the near future on the channel for what I'd like to do. But for the time being, I'm just kind of... Unfortunately, I just have the guillotine of losing my job just over my head. And that is just every day. That is my everyday now, is the guillotine of my job being taken away from me and having no unemployment. So, yeah. It's not fun. It's a really bad time for me. I said this in the last stream. It's been a really bad time for me as of late. It's not been fun. It's not been easy. And I don't normally just admit to that, but it's really sucked for me recently. And I appreciate anyone who's been showing me support. It's been very much welcome because it's just been shitty the way things have been going. And I know that from those of you who've reached out to me that, you know, there's a bunch of people that are in the same boat as me, and that other people have it rough, and yada yada. And a lot of us are in a bad position at the moment. But it's just one of those things that you learn about life, is that as bad as things can be, it could always be worse. And one of the things that ultimately turned against me is that the downsides of the job that I have, that being my coworkers, has sucked. And the cherry on top is that in the end, despite the fact that I've been trying at work, I'm just going to get shit canned because of this fucking vaccine mandate bullshit. That after everything that's happened over the last year, and so, months, well over a year, a year and a half, that as bad as things were, now it's gotten worse. It's just gotten worse. Because at least when I was unemployed, I had a decent relationship with my parents. But now it's like, not only is everything fucked up, now I have my parents super angry at me. And it's just like, wow, that's just fucking fantastic. So, yeah, it's not been fun. But I'm making the best I can with it, and we'll see what happens by December. What's going to happen in my in my position in that. So we'll see. If it comes down to it, I might have to rush and try to desperately find a new job. That might be what happens, but I'm not sure yet. We'll see. If they back off, they back off, and then I'll feel more relaxed about the job. But until then, I'm just going to be going into work, waiting for the day that I just get shit canned right out the door. But anyways, thank you guys for stopping by and watching tonight, donating, and thanks again to Carl for stopping by, and I got a private message him later about that. Thank you guys, everybody, and I'm sure that in the near future we're going to do another stream or have a new video or something like that. I'm confident that's going to happen in the near future, so until then, I'll talk to you later.